Hello and welcome to One Trinity Place in San Antonio, Texas, as we're all set for Game 2 between the University of Dallas and the Trinity University Tigers. And you see the lineup for U Dallas on your screen. Leading it off will be the center fielder Paxton Huff, who has 28 stolen bases on the year, followed by the third baseman Fernando Davila. Caleb Holman, one of the most dangerous power hitters in this lineup, followed by Simon Turner, Gaspar, Caden Holman, Zaldana Curtis doing the catching, and then Reed Morales at second base. One of the only changes from Game 1 for UD. And on the mound for Trinity, number 40, Jackson Tier, the reigning SCAC Pitcher of the Year, on pace for another amazing season. You see the ERA still under 1. It actually rose a little bit from the last time we saw him. That will be the challenge the University of Dallas has in front of them. Dallas took the first game on Friday night, 1-0. They look to take the series today. First pitch, swung on and through for a base hit. A good start for Paxton Huff and Dallas.
Yeah, and it seems certainly as if the University of Dallas has the MO on Jackson Tier. There's a way that you get to those gaudy video game type of numbers, Cole, and it's by getting ahead in counts, throwing lots of strikes, and in the early going here in San Antonio, Paxton Huff aware of that, swinging on offering number 1 of the day and sending it through the right side of the infield.
Now Fernando Davila drops down the bunt. They go to second for the lead man. On to first, it's 2. A bad bunt right to Jackson Tier results in a double play, a good response.
I mean, this is really the worst possible result for Dallas right here. You go from 1 pitch and a leadoff single to 2 pitches, and now it's a double play ball. That really cleans things up. Paxton Huff showed the other night that he has great, tremendous speed on the base paths. I'm surprised that they go with a bunt there and take that ability off the plate. Right. Certainly give Trinity an opportunity for 1 out, instead walking away with 2 when there could have been none.
That's fouled off by Caleb Holman, who's hitting .375 on the year, leads the team in essentially every offensive category that matters, except for steals, and that goes back to your point about Paxton Huff, 28 for 30 on stolen bases this year. Felt like they didn't need to bunt. If he wanted the base, it was his. Now Holman working with nobody on and 2 down in the inning. Finds himself in a 2-strike count. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A leadoff knock for Dallas results in nothing. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Jackson Tier. The 1-4-3 double play, a big help. Bottom of the first in San Antonio. Jackson Tier working a 1-2-3 inning, and now the Tigers will look to put up some runs, help them out in that column. You see the lineup on your screen. It's the first year Caleb Woodward leading things off, followed by Jack Peterson, Nick Lazera doing the catching, Christian Holloway playing first today, Alex Monson in at DH, then Harris, Baker making up the middle infield, Ty Preston in left, and Kai Tinker at third base. And on the mound for the University of Dallas, we saw him on Friday night. Got the save in a 1-inning relief appearance. It's Dylan Kraus who fires ball 1. Kraus, part of this impressive starting pitching tandem between him and Montenegro, comes in with a 6-1 record, a 2.7 ERA, and 63 strikeouts on the year. Fires strike one to Woodward.
And he came into that Friday night game and pretty notably fired some pitches, high velo from the backside of the mound in his warm-up. He's a guy that clearly stands with impressive stature on the mound, and I think that velocity was certainly useful in closing out that game against this Trinity offense. Just a huge change of pace after the Tigers saw back-to-back lefties from the Crusaders bullpen. We'll see how they can adjust and how they'll fare with multiple opportunities to see Krause today.
Woodward draws a leadoff walk, so back-to-back half innings where the team gets the leadoff man aboard.
And now for Trinity, you imagine they'll probably steer away from the bunt just so early on in the game. No real reason to play small ball and try and push something across. You never know with the speed that Peterson has on the base paths.
They do try to bunt, and it lands harmlessly in foul territory, popped up dangerously.
Seems like less of a sacrifice attempt in a situation like this, but you really never know, especially in the context of this series where the University of Dallas is one of the premier staffs in the entire country. Talked about the rankings when it comes to ERA in that Friday night game, and of course they held Trinity scoreless, so getting a run in the early going would probably prove instrumental for these Tigers.
This tandem between Woodward and Peterson, very dangerous. Both of them capable of dropping down bunts, stealing bases. Present a lot of problems at the top of this lineup. Woodward goes now. Peterson lifts that into center field. And the catch is made for out number one. Woodward heads back to first.
And ultimately, Peterson opting not to drop a bunt down in that situation. We've talked about it very extensively here on Tiger Network. He's a guy that's moved back and forth between that leadoff spot and a couple of other areas in this offensive order. Now, with a little bit of consistency over the last handful of games, hitting in that two-hole and allowing him to swing away a little more consistently.
Woodward runs, slides in, and they got him. Woodward caught stealing, and the base runner erased for Trinity, 2 down in the inning.
We'll see a pitch that's pretty ideal to throw on for Curtis behind the dish. Fastball, higher velo that fades away from Lazara, the left-handed hitter, creates that throwing lane, and he just delivers a strike down to second base.
Fouled off by the catcher. Now in an 0-2 hole. So both teams getting their leadoff man aboard and both base runners subsequently erased. Paxton Huff for Dallas getting on with the leadoff knock. Woodward working a walk in his first at bat. Hit in the air. And the catch made in the shallow outfield grass by Reed Morales. That ends the frame. Bottom of the first is over. The Tigers go 1-2-3. It was 1-0 on Friday. Looks like we have more of the same today. Second inning coming your way next. Welcome back. Top of the second here on the campus of Trinity University. For those of you who may have tuned in earlier, you saw it was senior day here at Trinity for the baseball team. This is the last day of home games, 2 of them today. The seniors being honored before the game. And there will be more segments to the ceremony as the day goes along. 2 games to do it. But these seniors in their last 2 home games of the year, unless, of course, the Tigers can host a postseason game. That's not guaranteed. Simon Turner swings and misses on that pitch. But this class leaving such an imprint on this team. It's such a senior-led class. There'll be a lot of holes in this roster and a lot of holes in this campus when these people leave.
Yeah, it's been interesting to monitor over the last several years across athletics here at Trinity, just who decides to use and who doesn't take advantage of some extra eligibility granted by COVID. Of course, this senior class, the last class that will get that extra COVID year. We talked about it on Friday night. Joseph Shavana, one of those guys that has an extra year, but despite that, he's departing, going to Xavier University in Ohio. Never really know at the end of the day what all of these guys' plans include. Just so many names to keep track of.
Tier strikes out Turner, and that pitch high to Gaspar. Gaspar in short today, hitting .317 on the year. Inside edge, strike called. It's a heavy senior class, only one of them sticking around. Matt McNaney says he's coming back for another year. Swing and a miss, strike 2 to Gaspar. And hopefully throughout the broadcast we'll play some clips. Different seniors talking about their memories that they've had and the impact that they feel that they have on this team, which is a big one. One of the big themes that you'll get throughout those videos is they were sophomores when this team went to the College World Series 2 years ago. Ground ball to short. Baker handles it and retires Gaspar for out number 2. But that's one of their biggest memories, and they feel that they were following along that senior class throughout that run to the College World Series. They want the chance to lead a younger class through that same journey.
I think it would be a very important thing to do. Clearly has paid dividends for them across the last 2 years. Didn't get back to the same point last season, but made a very good run in the NCAA postseason nonetheless. Fell to an East Texas Baptist team that did go to the College World Series and win several games once they arrived there. And there's clearly some names and numbers on this roster, some younger guys that will be taking the reins and having that experience so early on in their career. It's proved instrumental for this class of seniors, and I'm sure it would have a similar effect for some of the younger guys.
Swing and a miss from Caden Holman, the brother of Caleb Holman. Finds himself in a 1-2 count. Inside, 2-2. Dallas trying to find their first base runner since Paxton Huff reached with the leadoff single. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The third strikeout of the day for Jackson Tier through 2 innings as we head to the bottom of the second in San Antonio. Still 0-0 between Dallas and Trinity. Bottom of the second in San Antonio, Texas. The cleanup hitter, Christian Holloway, takes ball one high. One of 7 seniors in today's starting lineup. Holloway up the middle and through the infield for a base hit. First hit of the day for Trinity off the bat of Christian Holloway, a leadoff knock in the second.
And there aren't that many Trinity Tigers that are swinging the bat as well as Christian Holloway is at the moment. Hot shot straight back up the middle. Dylan Krause does what he can to try and put his glove on it, but it very narrowly misses him. No way that either of those middle infielders were going to get to that ball, but it does remind me of a theme we saw the other night, Cole. Some softer hit balls up the middle somehow managed to sneak their way through, and had some questions in the aftermath of that game about the alignment of the middle infield for the University of Dallas. Hasn't come into play so far, but we'll see if it does become a factor.
Ground ball could be 2. Throw to first. Not in time. Monson beats it out, but they get 1.
And this ball just not hit quite hard enough to turn a double play. You see Morales, the second baseman, is the one who fields it. He has to come in and charge just a little bit, but I think the read came just a half step too late. And you see Monson beats out that throw by just about that much.
Second baseman Colt Harris works with Monson on first, and 1 out in the inning. Harris, a part of that College World Series run. Unlike several people in this class, he was a key contributor, the starting second baseman during that span. A lot of guys in this class waiting in the wings during that time, but Harris was in the thick of it. Finds himself in an 0-2 count.
And he's certainly one of the guys on this roster that has been a very steady contributor across his years in San Antonio.
Runner goes. That ball hit deep into left field, off the wall. It sends Monson to third. Harris with a 1-out double.
And he provides a pretty hearty celebration out there at second base. Let's see this one. Good read by Monson on the base paths ahead of him with a ricochet. Likely wasn't going to be able to score with first base, just had to hold up for so long. Seen some trouble on the base paths. Good job of not running into any outs right there, and a good job. Colt Harris continuing now in the bottom of the second after a very stagnant offensive performance for this entire team on Friday night.
Held to 3 hits in the 1-0 loss, already with 2 today. Monson on third, Harris waits on second. And Jack Baker in the batter's box. Close pitch, doesn't get the call. It's 2-0. So the Tigers with some base traffic, not something they had a lot of in the 1-0 loss. Couldn't seem to figure out Adrian Montenegro, having more success against Krause. Another pitch called high. It's 3-0.
Really the one number that really stood out from that game on Friday night wasn't strikeouts. It wasn't so much the hits. It was the lack of free passes. Trinity works counts very, very well, as we watch Jack Baker do so right now as we speak. I don't think Montenegro surrendered any walks. I'm not sure how many they had as a staff on the evening, but it was certainly very, very few. Trinity certainly likes to take advantage of the free passes.
Gets one there. It's ball 4, and the bases are filled with cats.
One of the other big things, think about the fact that there weren't an abundant number of strikeouts. There weren't an abundant number of walks. It just points to the fact that Trinity put the ball in play. They just didn't catch the breaks that they needed. The University of Dallas certainly played very, very well in the field defensively. I think Trinity will just need to change the approach a little bit. Put the ball on the ground with some more frequency. And a situation here with the bases loaded and 1 out, feel like if you can put something in play, likely scores a run for you.
Preston tries to do so there, fouls it off. A 270 hitter on the year. He's missed a lot of time due to a nagging quad injury, but back as Trinity heads down the stretch. 2 wins today would clinch their spot in the SCAC tournament. Preston grounds that one past the dive. 1 run comes in. Here comes another. A 2 RBI double for Ty Preston. It's 2-0 Tigers.
And Preston falls behind and expands his zone just a little bit. It's a fastball up from a hard-throwing righty, and he's late on it, but just in time to keep it to the right of that third baseline. Very, very narrowly stayed fair. Really nothing that Fernando Davila could do out there on the hot corner on a very hot shot off the bat of Ty Preston.
Saw Davila have some web gems in Friday's game, robbing the Tigers of what would have been about 3 base hits. Can't do it there. Ty Preston puts the Tigers up 2-0, but this is a good opportunity to talk about Ty Preston. Preston, a senior, like many on this team. Got to talk to him about some of his favorite memories. He brought up a few. Said the SCAC tournament was up there from last year, and obviously the run to the College World Series. And that's an answer that you're going to hear a lot today. A lot of these deep postseason runs meaning a lot to this class. Meeting adjourned. Dallas finding themselves in a 2-0 hole. This is a very important series to them, given their position in the SCAC standings. Some results not going their way. St. Thomas getting the win yesterday. They win their series. So Dallas, they already took 1 at Trinity, trying to win the series now. Still some work to do in this inning. Runners on 2nd and 3rd for the 9-hole hitter Kai Tinker. Takes a ball high on the hands for ball 1. Tinker hitting .277 on the year with 14 RBI. Hit in the air to right, and it falls. 1 run comes around, another trailing, and it's 4-0 Trinity. A 2 RBI single for Kai Tinker.
You see the replay right there. A little difficult to get a read on what exactly that offering was. Looked like it might have had a little bit of break on it, but certainly not a significant enough amount considering where this ball starts. It finishes right over the heart of the plate, and largely that's posing some issues for Krause in the early going. It's a trend that's continued from his appearance on Friday night. He's liked to use that fastball up in the zone. He's a big, hard-throwing righty, and it seemed like he could overwhelm some of these Trinity hitters, those spots up. But now Ty Preston making him pay, and that breaking ball seemingly not getting enough bite on it, finishing over the heart of the plate, and Kai Tinker does the same.
Brings up Caleb Woodward for the 2nd time today. He walked the first time he was up and then was caught stealing. We're wondering how things would change in this game, facing Montenegro on Friday. Just no success against the lefty. Tinker goes, but he has to go back after the foul ball. Wondering how things would change with a hard-throwing righty who offers a few more free passes. It seems like it's going the way of Trinity.
One of the biggest things from Friday night's game, go back to that performance by Adrian Montenegro. Absolutely dazzling, but it was really the mix of his breaking balls.
Runner goes. Curtis can't find the ball, so Tinker into second safely. Another runner in scoring position for Trinity.
Felt like in that Friday night action, he had a mix of a curveball, a little more true vertical break that he used to throw for a strike, and then he had a slider that had some more horizontal movement, and he finished it in the dirt more often than not. Trinity just couldn't get a good read and put a barrel on those breaking balls.
Grounded to second. They get the out at first, but Tinker able to advance to third with 2 outs.
Already here in what's just been 1 2/3 of offensive baseball for Trinity, it feels like they have significantly more hard hit results in these at-bats. Even that was a ground out to second base. Looked like it came off the bat of Caleb Woodward with a little bit more velocity.
Already a 4-run inning for the Tigers, who find themselves up 4-0. Still a runner on third for Jack Peterson. 0 for 1 in today's game. He flew out in the first. cuts on that one. Swings through it for strike one. It's already a tough deficit for Dallas. Talked about their struggles offensively. We even saw it on Friday, only winning 1-0. Obviously still in the game with plenty of innings of baseball, but 4 is going to be difficult. 1-2 pitch. Takes it high, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, Kraus not seemingly satisfied with the call from home plate umpire right there, but just again lends to his belief and desire to work up in the zone. Breaking ball that was very close to finishing in that top half of the zone.
Peterson still in a 2-2 count. Runner waits on third. Pitch outside, 3-2. Kraus in danger of continuing this inning. Already a crooked number. Outside, ball 4, and he loses them.
Right there, Peterson displaying why Coach Scannell threw him into that leadoff spot so frequently this year. He's been a victim of the strikeout a fair amount, but we have also seen him go up there and work counts after he's fallen behind. Such great discipline and awareness of the zone, and he displayed it right there to continue this home half of the second.
Now Nick Lazara up, hitting .361 on the year. Peterson runs, slides into second safely. Another stolen base for Jack Peterson, make it 13 on the year.
Yeah, and it makes things just a little bit more difficult for Dallas trying to finish out this second inning, come away without number 3, but they won't have a force out in the infield anywhere but first.
Runners on second and third after the stolen base. A chance for Lazara. He's been an RBI machine this season, 25 on the season. Ball high, and it's 2-1. Now 3-1. A walk would load the bases. Christian Holloway waiting on deck. He's already 1 for 1 with a base hit today. Down the chute, strike 2.
And threatening a 4th walk here in this ball game, Cole. Talked about it previously. Very few handed out on Friday night. Confirmation, none were handed out on Friday night. University of Dallas staff that through 9 innings pitched didn't walk one Trinity hitter.
Into right, it'll score 1. Peterson dives in safely. A 2 RBI double for Nick Lazara, and it's 6-0.
And working counts usually indicates or usually leads to a pitcher being forced into a mistake. Trinity hitters so good at taking pitches right outside the strike zone. Probably none better than the catcher, Nick Lazara, who's displayed just tremendous, outstanding plate discipline and plate vision. It's what you would expect from your catcher. Kraus trying to adjust, leaves that one a bit too much in the zone. Lazara catches it at the bottom portion, sends it into right field, and Trinity notches 2 more.
So add on to Nick Lazara's RBI total. Make it 27 on the year for him. The inning not over yet. Still Lazara on second for Christian Holloway, who was 23 RBIs, hitting over 300 on the year. Take strike 1. Luke, I guess the Tigers just needed a day off.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't talked about it yet. Of course, yesterday's games getting postponed, and of course, it not raining at all in San Antonio on Saturday afternoon. Could have gotten those games in, but I'm sure that they're happy with the result they're seeing right now on Sunday.
Grounded to short, and that ends the inning mercifully. Damage done by Trinity. A 6 spot put up in the second. We head to the third. 6-0 Tigers lead in game 2. Top of the third in San Antonio, Jackson Tier now working with a 6-run lead. And lined and caught by Tinker. So Tier, whose pitch count is already very low, a 1-pitch out to start the third.
And it didn't happen last inning in the top of the second, but the University of Dallas, going back to how they opened this game, starting at bats very aggressively, recognizing how many strikes Jackson Tier throws. Tried to take advantage of it, but now Trinity defense stepping up, a little bit more invested in this game in a way they probably weren't on Friday night when they just couldn't get the bats going.
The catcher, Nate Curtis, up. Takes a pitch just low to make it 1-2. Curtis hitting just below 200 in there for his defensive excellence behind the dish. Pitch on the outside edge, strike 3 called. The 4th strikeout of the game for Jackson Tier, 2 away early in the third.
Consecutive breaking balls on the outside portion of the plate. The first one looked a little too low, and of course this camera angle distorts things a little bit. Hard to tell how far right to left things are finishing. That last one for the called strike certainly looked like Jackson Tier made an adjustment. Pitch finished with a little bit more height to it, and it did warrant the call from the home plate umpire.
Hit in the air. And it falls into left. A base hit from Reed Morales, the second baseman. The one change from the lineup on Friday. It works out for Dallas.
Talked about it in the last inning. Pitches getting left over the zone. That's exactly what happens right here. Tier trying to get back into that count after falling behind 1-0. Puts a fastball over the middle of the plate, and Morales makes sure that he doesn't miss it.
And it brings up Paxton Huff, the only other Crusader with a base hit on the day. A check on Morales at first. Back safely. Feel like this is an opportunity to shout out Reed Rosales, who is working in the control room today. Pitch rides inside, but Huff able to dive out of the way. Brings the count to 2-0. Reed Rosales working his 300th Tiger Network event on Friday. This will be 301. So big congratulations to him, as his close to namesake, Reed Morales, waits on first.
I mean, a pretty remarkable milestone to hit 300 games on Tiger Network. I didn't even know that was possible, to be honest with you.
I don't know where either of us are. Way, way down on the list from 300.
Comparatively, nowhere close.
Tier behind, 3-1. Inside, ball 4, and he loses him. Only the 10th walk of the season handed out by Jackson Tier puts 2 Crusaders aboard.
Yeah, and felt like more than anything in that at-bat, he just got a little bit too much run on that two-seam fastball, got in on the hands of Huff, backed him off the plate a couple of times. Jackson Tier, clearly a guy that you don't see walk very many people or struggle with command, seemed to lose it just a little bit in that at-bat. Starts this subsequent at-bat against Davila off with that breaking ball, just reestablishing that release point and getting ahead early.
Runner bluffed going, but scampers back safely. Davila grounded into an unfortunate double play, a bunt that didn't go where he wanted, a 1-4-3 double play. Thought about it, but takes ball 1.
Yeah, good job of keeping that barrel back right there. Certainly started those hands, but displayed how strong they are by keeping them well out ahead of that barrel, ensuring that it didn't break this plane for strike number 2.
Pitch just misses, 2-1. So it looked like it was going to be a quick inning for Jackson Tier. All of a sudden, 2 aboard. Falls behind in this count. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Another really good pitch right there with some nice bite at the very end. Looks like it didn't have just that movement horizontally in on the hands, but a little bit of vertical break that just dips it underneath the bat.
Fouled off, stays alive. Luke, I guess the one thing from a strategy perspective is Morales is in front of Huff, which prevents Huff from running. Obviously the concern when he's on. 2-2 pitch. Fouled off again.
Yeah, sometimes you can evaluate these situations and innings like these as a really good opportunity to avoid the 1-2 hitters to start the next half inning. It's basically what Jackson Tier is trying to take away right here, but has to finish this at bat strong against Avila.
Hit past the dive. Gets into the outfield. Morales comes around. He slides in safely, 6-1. The Crusaders get one back.
And this is exactly what we're referring to. Have to finish an inning off strong, and Tinker looks like he puts a glove on this baseball as he makes that diving effort. And unfortunately for Trinity, that pushes it past Jack Baker, who is backing him up deep in the hole.
And everybody's running back to the dugout. That seems to be the end of the inning. One run is all Dallas gets. We'll come back to you with an update of what just happened when we come back. Bottom of the third on the campus of Trinity University. Alex Monson set to lead off the inning. So the working theory for how the top of the third ended is Morales did not touch home plate. Because the way the inning ended, they threw it back to Lazara, who stepped on home. They threw out the out signal. And then everybody walks off the field all of a sudden. You'll see the replay here.
And it looks like there's a slide here.
It looked like he got it there.
Yeah, kind of an awkward end result.
Line to short, so Monson retired, first out of the bottom of the third. Unless he just, like, went over it?
Yeah,
like
but
it was just between his legs?
I really am left speechless at the moment. Home plate umpire is watching this pretty clearly. Looks like he steps over it on the slide, but even then, I imagine that some part of his body touched home plate. It's pretty hard to miss it entirely when you go in there sliding, but of course you can see on your screen live stats still indicating the top of the third inning, 2 runners on, 2 outs. Live stats being updated by the sports info department, who is not at the field. They're in a similar situation as us, where I don't have any information being delivered by these home plate umpires. I'm sure they're still working. Once they have it figured out, and those live stats are updated, then we will have a more accurate score bug.
Harris flies out to left. It brings up Jack Baker with 2 outs and nobody on. Close pitch, no call. But a very odd ending to that inning. You're right. We're not actually at the field today. In the classroom that we were on Friday, we've been moving to the roof of the Bell Athletic Center, broadcasting from pretty much behind home plate, a much better situation in terms of us being able to see the action and present it in a clear manner. Working from in a classroom today. Pitch inside on Baker. So unable to actually see what happened, but based on the replays and based on the sequencing of how that inning ended, that would be our best guess. That Morales did not touch home, and therefore that run will be taken off the board. Baker fights this one off, and they step on first to go 1-2-3. A good response inning for Dallas. We think Trinity leads 6-0.
My favorite memory has to be winning at Birmingham Southern to make it to the World Series, and then just having literally the night, probably the best night of my life after that. Just like having a great time with the guys, and just all the memories associated with that trip were just incredible.
A clip from senior Christian Holloway talking about his favorite memory, Birmingham Southern going to the World Series. And you saw the nodding in that video. A lot of agreement among this senior class. We talked about it earlier with Ty Preston. That run to the World Series lives in their hearts. Pitch outside from Tier, misses for ball 1. We already talked about it a little bit yesterday as well. Lined and caught at third by Tinker, 1 down in the inning as Holman's retired. So taking a break from that story, we have received confirmation from the SID department. He did miss home. So that run will be taken off the board. It is 6-0 Trinity as you see the line out.
And a little unfortunate, frankly, that we can have the benefit of replay, because from our vantage point, the fact that he slid in there makes me believe that he had to have touched home plate in some capacity. Unfortunate, of course, that replay review isn't utilized at this level in Division III baseball. Didn't have an up-close angle of it, so can't rest assured, but my original thought was that considering there was no throw to home plate, he might have run in there and not stepped on home plate in that capacity. But certainly a tough break for the University of Dallas, who is already fighting an uphill battle after giving up that 6th spot.
Simon Turner is aboard with a base hit. He waits on first. Now Andrew Gaspar, the shortstop, up to the plate. 0 for 1 today. He grounded out to his counterpart, Jack Baker. This ball gets away, but it's not enough for Turner to take second. Stays where he is. Trinity working with a 6-0 lead in the top of the 4th. Swing and a miss. That's strike 3. The 5th strikeout of the day for Jackson Tier. 2 away in the 4th.
And Cole, it's been a little while since we've thought back, mentioned on Tiger Network, the fact that Jackson Tier was pulled from a start previously this season, had some real injury concern, missed his subsequent start, was put into a different role when he eventually did come back. You know, that was the real shift in the season for him as an individual. Started absolutely blazing hot out the gates, back-to-back tremendous performances to start his season, including a game where he struck out 20 hitters. And it's largely been a different version of him post-injury, but this is more or less the version of Jackson Tier that I think we saw in the early portion of this season.
Tier struck out 34 batters in his first 2 starts against Babson College and the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. And you're right, a little bit of a dip in the numbers at some points. The ERA has stayed below 1 the entirety of the year, but it was even lower than that, believe it or not, usually hovering around 0.6. Popped up. Peterson in, and he makes the catch to end the inning. Another scoreless frame put up by Jackson Tier. It's the middle of the 4th as the Tigers will come up to bat when we come back up 6-0. Bottom of the 4th, Ty Preston set to lead off this inning. Already 1 for 1 today, bringing his average above 300. But I want to go back to Reed Morales missing home plate because that is one of the odder things that we've seen throughout this season here on Tiger Network. But there's been some other ones. Matthias Riding was involved in something earlier this year.
Yeah, and I'm sure we will likely never see it again because he did not mean to do it. He kind of clearly, even from our vantage point, walked off the field laughing. Remember it pretty clearly. Runner on first, into the game. A game that Trinity had well within hand. Runner took off to steal second. Matthias popped up to throw down, then recognizing it was not all that much of a necessity, tried to hold himself back, but in the process, the ball just slipped out of his hand. And of course, the batter at the plate swung, put himself in an awkward position, created some sort of contact where it wouldn't have mattered had Matthias actually held on to the baseball, but given the fact that it slipped out of his hands, it generated a catcher's interference call that ended the ball game.
Preston flies out to left, 1 down in the 4th. So that probably something that we're not going to see again. I know I have 2 more years doing this. You're in your last day. We'll get to that in a little bit. Don't worry. But probably not something that either of us is going to see around baseball. And I don't know, maybe we'll see somebody miss home plate again, but that doesn't seem very likely either.
Yeah, and the thing about missing home plate that is so odd is it's checked pretty frequently, but it doesn't actually seem to come to fruition for the teams that do their due diligence all that often. I think that's more so my shock is that the home plate umpire did just overturn that call. I guess I never saw him signal safe in the first place. Well, I imagine he had a pretty good read on it out there at the field.
Ground ball, the 3rd throw gets away. Tinker thinks about 2, but he'll stay content with his base. No, they're going to give him the base.
And I think what the call here is going to be is as he picked himself up, there was some contact again on the base paths. So another interference call that gives him those extra 90 feet.
You'll see the replay here. Tinker will wait at second base. Tigers trying to add on to what already is a 6-0 lead. But not unnoticed is the throw. Oh, yeah, you see the contact there. But not unnoticed is the throw from Davila. We've already seen a few good plays from him at third this series. Runner waits on second. Already one down in the inning, and it brings up the top of the order. Caleb Woodward, 0 for 1 today. Grounded out to second the last time he was up. 18 RBI, 19 runs, hitting 333 on the year. He's inserted himself as a mainstay in this lineup. And Luke, he really represents this next generation of Tigers that's going to fill in after the senior class leaves.
Yeah, he's been pretty spectacular in his role this season. And it's a pretty loaded outfield. So much of the early portion of this year saw this coaching staff trying out different guys in different spots. But I think that in and of itself speaks volumes to the type of player he's turned into even halfway through this campaign. Really seemed to figure things out, turned it on, and he's had pretty much everything working from an offensive standpoint. Really applies pressure on the infield by laying down bunts. Soft stuff, he runs out hard all the time. And of course, those stats that flashed a couple moments ago. 2 balls that he's sent out of the park here in San Antonio this season.
Tinker waiting on second. Woodward trying to drive him in a 1-2 count. It's interesting that you talk about the loaded outfield because there was a point in this season where that was not the case. Ty Preston and Maddox McDonald both out with an injury. The options for that position were growing scarce. It was to the point that Jared Phillips, who normally comes in as a pinch runner, the Tigers were reluctant to do so despite his speed because they needed him in case one of their outfielders got knocked out. They were pinch running pitcher Kyle Russa, which is another one of the more absurd things that we've seen this year. They say Woodward went around. He goes back to the dugout with strike 3, 2 down in the inning.
Yeah, deserves a little bit of attention at the moment, especially in the context of this Sunday schedule. Doubleheader. That means a lot of baseball and a lot of innings to be pitched for the University of Dallas. At the moment, Dylan Krause doing a very nice job of settling in spite of that really big second inning that Trinity had offensively. Never feels good to give up a 6 spot, but it's always very, very valuable when in the context of a game where that does happen, you can figure things out and go back out and continue to perform and just eat some innings, even if you're playing from well behind.
Jack Peterson steps up to the plate, 0 for 1. He's flown out and walked. His average just under 300 so far on the year. Takes ball 2. Krause, a rough start so far. This is 10th start of the year. Comes in with a 6-1 record, an ERA below 3. Pitched a complete game in his last start, but his last appearance was on Friday in the series against Trinity. Came in to get a save. 1 inning of relief. Got the job done. Peterson cuts at that one, makes it 2-1. Dallas pitching that game as if it were a wild card series in the MLB playoffs, understanding their situation, 5th currently in the conference, needing to keep winning games, trying to steal a series from Trinity, a series that they're probably not expected to win, but they might have to.
And I think they more than likely did the hard part, coming in Friday night game, getting that one. You can make some arguments about the staffs for these respective teams, and clearly Jackson Tier is showing the stuff he's got. But opening the series in San Antonio against a team leading the conference, to get that victory, you imagine, would have a little bit of a carryover effect. Unfortunate for the University of Dallas that they didn't get to turn around and get games in yesterday. Instead, forced to wait Now they'll play 2 on Sunday, and already in the early going, Trinity has been the team to jump on top.
Peterson fouls that off. It keeps it 3-2. Tinker getting his sprints out there at second base. Tigers trying to add on. All 6 runs coming in the bottom of the second. Dallas thought they got one back. It was taken away. Reed Morales not stepping on home plate. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that ends the inning. We're through 4 in San Antonio. Still 6-0 Tigers as we head to the 5th. David Zaldana set to lead things off for Dallas in a 6-0 hole. In the top of the 5th, Jackson Tier rolling. He's through 4 scoreless. And he fires strike 1. Tier working with a 6-0 lead, trying to earn his 7th victory of the year. Pitch outside, 1-1. And we saw the clip from Christian Holloway in the dugout a few innings ago. Swing and a miss, 1-2, but we were cut off by the confirmation that Reed Morales did not touch home plate. This is a 6-0 game instead of a 6-1 game, so got a little sidetracked, but I feel like it's important to get back to that and talk about what Christian plans to do after this semester. Currently wants to go to med school. He's going to get his master's at the University of Texas A&M, and he hopes that he'll then go to med school there. Swing and a miss, another strikeout for Jackson Tier, 1 away in the 5th.
Certainly been a huge bat for this Trinity squad. Another one of the guys of a very, very large senior class that has been a pretty consistent contributor over the years. A guy that did have his name called when that squad went to the College World Series, much like Colt Harris. Has certainly delivered on the field for Trinity in his time in San Antonio, but some big aspirations in the future as well.
You know that he's been working towards being a doctor throughout his time here. You see him on the field, but you also see him in the lab. That is quite the time commitment, doing any STEM major here at Trinity and then also playing baseball.
Yeah, real difficulty. I mean, any sport, frankly. Practices more often than not being in the late afternoon. I know that's the case with this baseball squad. On top of that, a lot of work that you need to put in as an individual as well. Cage is always open and I think, frankly, more often than not, expected to be in use.
That pitch rides inside and hits Curtis. The first base runner of the inning for Dallas, coming by way of the hit by pitch. It brings up Reed Morales. 1 for 1 today. Unfortunate set of circumstances at home plate for him. Takes that pitch for strike one. And you talk about these stories from student athletes having to take final exams on the bus to conference tournaments. Ground ball, could be two. Throw to first in time, and it is a double play to end the inning. We're halfway through this one in San Antonio, 6-0 Tigers lead. We'll have more on these graduating seniors when we come back. Bottom of the fifth in the Alamo City, 6-0. The Tigers have the lead. Nicholas Lazera in the batter's box, 1 for 2 today. He's popped out and doubled. Also a couple of RBIs on his total. Pitch outside, 2-0. Lazera, one of only 2 players in this starting lineup that is not a senior. A junior will be coming back. Strike called, 2-1. Ball high, 3-1. Kraus already with 4 free passes handed out today. Danger of losing his 5th. Cuts on that one, makes it 3-2.
And it's certainly been a more taxing day for Dylan Kraus on the mound, at least in comparison to what we've seen out of Jackson Tier to this point.
Pitch inside, and he loses him. A leadoff walk for Nick Lazera. He heads to first.
But even then, the pitch count isn't elevated so far above Jackson Tier, at least not to the extent that I would have imagined. Came into this inning having thrown 76 total pitches. Moves up to 82 now after the at-bat against Nick Lazera right there. But for a starting caliber pitcher, imagine he still has plenty of gas left in the tank. Aside of the fact that he's now running into increased traffic on the base paths.
That gets Holloway on the elbow. He heads to first. 2 aboard, nobody out for Alex Monson, the designated hitter.
And unfortunately, I'm working a little bit of an announcer's jinx for Dylan Kraus on the mound. Seemingly settled into this game very, very well, but rough start here in the home half of the 5th will warrant a mound visit.
Gives us the chance to talk about the man who's about to bat, Alex Monson, as it has been a winding road for him. Monson, a graduating senior this semester. But he hasn't played on the baseball team all 4 years. Tried out as a freshman, but was cut from the team. Didn't make that squad. Takes a break from baseball, steps away for a little bit, but he has a class still with Ty Preston and a few other members of the team. And last season, they're talking to him and they're saying, look, dude, we don't have any catchers right now, because remember, Tyler Pettit was hurt. Nick Lazara out towards the end of the year. Said, we don't have any catchers to catch bullpen. It's like, could you come help? Because he has experience in that department. So he says, sure, I'll come help. I'll stop by. And then as a thank you to Alex Monson for helping out, catching bullpens, coaching staff agrees to let him take one at-bat against Harrison Durow, who is now playing in the minor league system for the Milwaukee Brewers. Gets a bloop single against Harrison Durow, and he says, screw it, I'm trying out next year. Makes the team, and now he's the primary lefty designated hitter for the squad. Squares up to bunt. It's a good one down the first base line. Tag applied. But the sacrifice is complete as the runners advance.
That is a pretty tremendous sequence of events. Sometimes it's funny how things work out like that. Just an opportunity that I'm sure he never anticipated he'd have. And stemming from that, he has now inserted himself into a pretty major role for this Trinity offense this season.
Harris grounds that. They throw home. And now in a rundown, tag applied at third, and they get the leadoff out.
It's Lazaro over there at third base, who's ultimately tagged out right here. Certainly needs to be conscious of the situation. Infield playing in for Dallas. No doubt they're trying to prevent that additional run from coming across. Has to at least freeze on the base path. Instead, first movement is toward home plate. Second baseman is certainly fielding and squaring to go home no matter what the outcome of that at-bat is. I have to force him to reevaluate and go to first before you can even consider trying to take off late and score.
Popped up, and the catch made to end the inning. Tigers leave two stranded. It's still 6-0 as we head to the 6th on Tiger Network. Top of the 6th in San Antonio. Paxton Huff leads things off, already 1 for 1, also has a walk. Check swing grounder to third, a bobble from Tinker, but he recovers and gets out number 1.
It's been a very, very sure-handed defensive effort from Trinity so far in this one. Realistically, no shortage of hot shots off the bats of these Crusaders. Have a handful of hits. There have been a couple more really well-struck baseballs that have, unfortunately for the University of Dallas, been hit right at some of these Tigers in the field. Had some opportunities against Jackson Tier, as good as he has been today, but a mistake made at home plate. And some baseballs not falling their way has kept them out of the score column this long.
Tigers have really improved in the field this weekend. Series against Texas Lutheran, they committed 4 errors in game 1, followed up with another 4-error performance in game 2. We're able to split those 2 games, but since then they've been much, much better. No errors, at least that I can recall, in last night's game, and then none today. Ground ball. Tough play for Tinker. Barehanded throw, and he makes it. What a play from Kai Tinker. He's been busy over there, and it's been good for Trinity.
Yeah, and from our other camera angle, one you just saw behind Jackson Tier on the mound, all he could do after that play was smile and shake his head. That was a pretty ridiculous play from Kai Tinker at third base. He made it look way easier than it was. Got that ball on to first with plenty of time. Tired the runner by a couple of steps. But rest assured, it is not as easy as Kai Tinker makes it look.
Tinker making all the plays in this inning. And it brings up Caleb Homan with 2 outs and nobody on. Exactly where the Tigers want to see him. Takes the ball low to make it 2-1. Holman coming into this outing. Mentioned it, led Dallas in pretty much every statistical category as he hits one up the middle. Leads the team in RBI, home run, hits, and slugging percentage. He's had a multi-hit game in 4 of his last 5 outings coming into this game.
Let's see why right here. It's a pretty decent breaking ball from Jackson Tier. Looked like it would have finished right at the bottom of the zone if it caught any of it at all. Despite that, nice job going down, putting barrel on baseball, sends it through the middle of the infield as the Crusaders try and get some sort of 2-out rally going here.
Brings up Simon Turner. 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a base hit. Fouled off into the screen. It's 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Add on another strikeout for number 40. He's through 6 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Trinity trying to add on to their 6-0 total. Pitching change in San Antonio. Landon Phillips enters the game. The first year making his 9th appearance of the season. Comes in with a 1-1 record, a 3.38 ERA. 11 strikeouts, only 6 walks on the year. Comes in trying to hold the deficit and maybe eat some innings for the University of Dallas, who, of course, still have to play another game in this doubleheader.
And after that second inning, maybe you wait a couple of frames to see how the University of Dallas would respond. The fact that Jackson Tier has held them scoreless felt like, for a period of time, Trinity could end this one a little bit early, of course, in conference play. That 10-run rule being in effect after 7 innings played. Trinity has not scored any runs outside of the second when they got all 6 of theirs today.
Grounded to first. Holman makes the trip himself, and Preston is retired for out number 1. Brings up Kai Tinker, who's seen a lot of action in the field. Another one of the graduating seniors coming up. Got to talk to him about what his favorite memory was from his time at Trinity. He said the SCAC tournament, making that run. Tigers, of course, last year going up to Claiborne, Texas, and sweeping all 3 games in that weekend. Beating Centenary and then Texas Lutheran twice. Pitch rides inside, and it gets him. So Tinker will head to first base with 1 down.
And this one might have nicked just a little bit of his jersey, but certainly didn't catch him by all that much. Base runners still really what Trinity wants in a game that they, I'm sure, would like to end early, considering more baseball is yet to come. And also, I'm sure, love to save some of their arms out of the bullpen. As we talked about, Jackson Tier's pitch count has begun to climb in the later stages of this game.
Runner goes. Woodward hits it into right. Tinker stops at third. Woodward content with a base hit as he puts runners at the corners with only 1 out.
Yeah, I'm sure content is probably the perfect word to use. First base knock of the day, and comes after he struck out in his last plate appearance trying to hold up. The home plate umpire saying he went around. This one very narrowly splits the outfielders in the right center field gap. Good job by the University of Dallas getting to that baseball quickly. Tinker held at third, and maybe more importantly, Woodward stays at first.
Peterson squares up to bunt, pulls it back for ball 1. Peterson 0 for 2 today with a walk. Works with Tinker on third and Woodward at first base. Tinker on third by way of the hit and run, executed perfectly.
Big question here, though, is how long does Woodward stay at first?
Ball driven foul. Didn't look like he was staying there long. On the run on that pitch, has to go back because of the foul ball. That's the one thing I think we both have noticed throughout the duration of this game, is because Dallas has just been throwing more righties. Tigers have been able to do more action on the bases, hit and runs, steals. They've been bunting more. That's something that was just completely absent from last night's game. Pitch gets Peterson, and that will load the bases. 2 hit by pitches and a single. Juices them with only 1 out.
And after a good start to this half inning, just easy little ground out over to first base, retires Ty Preston. A lot of traffic on the base paths as it's continued. And realistically, in this at-bat, felt like control was an issue really the entire time. Early going, missed down and in. A pitch that didn't happen to catch Jack Peterson. That time it does. Not going to get any easier. Several guys swinging it from that left-handed batter's box. It'll continue now with Nick Lazara.
Meeting for the University of Dallas gives us an opportunity to talk about the man on first base, Jack Peterson. Another one of these graduating seniors. He will be headed to Rice. He uses 5th year of eligibility there. Reuniting with somebody who used to be on the staff here at Trinity, Coach Andrew Waters. Now works at Rice, and Asked Jack Peterson if that factored into the decision. He said, well, he was planning to go there anyways, but once he saw Waters was there, it was a done deal, essentially. That was the final nail. What pushed him over the edge to say, yeah, this is absolutely happening. Ball gets away for a second, but not enough to advance the runners. But good for Jack Peterson, another one of these Trinity Tigers who's going to go on to play Division I baseball.
And it feels like there's really no reason not to in that circumstance. You have an in there in Coach Waters, certainly have the physical tools to go up and play at that level.
Lazera aboard as he slides safely. The throw gets away, and it's going to bring in another run. Runners advance, and this is 8-0 Trinity.
Certainly have to imagine off the bat of Nick Lazara, it's a hard hit ball straight at the hot corner. More than anything on that replay, it looked like Caleb Holman just didn't get himself behind that baseball quickly enough, just barely glances off his mitt. Had plenty of time to recover and at least get one at first, but underhand flip likely going down as a throwing error that allows that second run to come across.
Lazara should be credited with a hit, and then the error on the throw, I would assume. Should have an RBI and a run scored because of the error as Christian Holloway comes up with runners on second and third. Still only one down in the inning. Kai Tinker and Caleb Woodward coming around to score runs 7 and 8 on the day for Trinity. 2 runs away from potentially shortening this game by 3 innings. Ground ball, but foul. Actually not foul. It's a fair ball. They throw to first for the out, 2 away.
Just a very slow developing play right there and no movement anywhere else on the base paths. Likely a wise decision this time. We saw how that ended for Trinity and Lazara being thrown out at third base when he went very early on, a ball that stayed in the infield, trying to avoid running into a final out here. Those runners on second and third staying put and hoping that now Alex Monson will be able to drive him in.
Alex Monson 0 for 2 today. Sacrifice bunt the last time he was up. Monson hits it to first, and the out is made to end the inning, but the Tigers tack on 2 more. Their first run since the second make it 8-0 as we head to the 7th.
Yeah, coming in, getting our senior season of high school canceled and school just getting cut short is kind of weird. So coming in, we didn't really know what to expect. But through COVID, it's kind of tough, but it really allowed us to kind of bond with each other. We spent a lot of time just hanging out with the guys, just solely the baseball guys. So we're really able to get to know each other and form that connection that we kind of still have today. And I think it's benefited us a lot throughout these 4 years.
Yeah, and we also didn't really get to know the other baseball guys. I mean, there was 2 times where we drove over to the seniors' house and hung out with them for a little bit, but for the most part it was just our class and our group hanging out. And I think that's why we're so tight-knit and why we have such good chemistry.
Jack Peterson and Jack Baker touching on why they feel like this class in particular is so tight-knit, talking about the shared experience of having COVID derail their senior season of high school. And the rules and the regulations that year on the campus of Trinity University when they were first years, really forcing them to bond, couldn't hang out with any other baseball teammates that they would have in their first season. Ultimately resulted them in being a pretty tight-knit group, and you see it all the way to this year.
Yeah, interesting to think back all of the stories that have resulted from those COVID years, and they've had a huge impact on a number of things, but even the microcosm of athletics at Trinity A lot of stories across the board. Recruiting and women's basketball being impacted, a story that got shared on the broadcast at the end of that season. Can only imagine what these boys got up to in that first year on campus. A lot of rules and restrictions that were in place, but I'm sure in some ways that probably played to their favor and formed clearly what have been very strong relationships amongst the entirety of this group.
Shortstop Andrew Gaspar finds himself in a 2-2 count. Cuts at that for strike 3. Another strikeout for Jackson Tier, 1 away in the 7th.
Tier's stuff has just seemed to get better and better as this day has gone along. Really feeling that breaking ball, and I think that is the big difference that I'm noticing at the moment. It's just absolute control of that pitch and a way that he seemed to have control over it in those first couple of starts this year when he did go out there and strike out 34 batters.
Caden Homan thinks about it, but takes ball 1. Talked about coming back from the injury. It was a bicep strain, so it's harder to throw the slider, which is his primary pitch. That's what he calls like his safe pitch, what other people would call an out pitch. You really need this out. You really need a strike here. You're throwing that slider because even when somebody can touch it, it's just weak contact. It's not going to do anything. But that strains the bicep a little more, so in his first start back, he was refraining from throwing that pitch. Numbers weren't as good, even though he was still effective. That slider back in full force. And you're seeing the results here today already through 6.1. Ground ball, and we'll do the 2-2 again.
And we talked about his ERA previously on the broadcast. A number that is inflated to 0.8, higher than it was previously, but still the leader amongst all eligible pitchers at the Division III level, and it's certainly just improving today. But you think about that now at 0.7. It's an ERA that's been impacted largely by a home run that really carried out of the ballpark, opposite way, just got into the jet stream in the early portion of this year and barely snuck over the wall. And then beyond that, a game against Schreiner that he was returning from that injury, didn't have his full arsenal of pitches, gave up a couple of runs there, and still he has this immaculate number of 0.7 in that ERA column.
Ground ball to Baker. Throw to first in time. A 6-4-3 double play ends the inning. We head to the bottom of the 7th on Tiger Network. Trinity can walk it off with 2 runs in the next frame. Bottom of the 7th at 1 Trinity Place in San Antonio, Texas. Warren Rudman enters the game for the University of Dallas. Comes in with a record of 0-0. ERA of 3.86 under 3 innings pitched on the year. Getting an opportunity in an 8-0 ball game. He'll face another senior, Colt Harris. Already mentioned him a little bit. You've seen him in the clips that we've shown. We do have one where he talks. But such an integral part of this team for so long. We already mentioned it during that College World Series run. He was a starting second baseman at that point as a sophomore. Got to talk to him about what his favorite memory was, and he also said the College World Series run, but specifically the BSC series. And I asked him what specifically about it, and he said really just everything about the whole experience. They said they stayed at a fancy hotel, stayed at the Westin. Harris works ball 4. He heads to first base. And then he also referenced that they had the best chicken ever at Birmingham Southern. We have confirmation from several different players on the team that it is the best chicken ever. It's Eugene's Chicken in Birmingham, and they all loved it.
That is one of the funnier bits, that is a recurring theme amongst all of these players, is that Eugene's Chicken it's not a baseball memory, right? It's not the conference championship that they got for the first time in 4 years or nothing like that. They just really loved fried chicken. There's something just so great about that.
Now Jack Baker up. He takes strike 1. Baker also confirming that Eugene's Chicken was one of his favorite things.
Of course he's confirmed that.
1-1. Low makes it 2-1. Baker also had a very different memory, a very surreal moment that he was a part of last year. It was senior weekend against Schreiner University. Cade McGahan pitching that game. For those of you who don't know, Cade McGahan, starting pitcher last year for the Tigers. He was actually here this weekend. I got to talk to him for a little bit. And he unfortunately lost one of his friends that weekend. His friend had played baseball, wore number 7, which is the number that Jack Baker wears. Baker agreed to switch jerseys with him for that day, so Baker wore number 31, which is Cade McGahan's number. And Cade McGahan got to wear number 7. I think he threw 8 innings that day, 1 or 2 hits allowed. It was just an absolute gem. And then Baker hits a home run in that game. Tigers win on Friday night. And he said that was one of his favorite memories, just to be a part of that and to have the 2 main contributors from that game be the 2 players involved in that jersey swap.
Yeah, that's a pretty remarkable one. I mean, a lot of circumstantial stuff, these stories that we're reminiscing about, just crazy one-off instances that you just don't see all that frequently.
Baker rips that one to left. It falls in the corner. Harris being waved around third. He is in safely. Baker dives back to second, in with an RBI double to make it 9-0 Trinity.
Of course, as we're talking about Jack Baker ripping baseballs, he delivers with one here in the home half of the 7th. Really hard hit ball, just a rocket that he deposits into that left field corner. Throws a little bit offline. It was certainly a closer play at the plate than I would have imagined. Nice effort by Harris right there, coming all the way around to score, and Trinity now just 1 run away from ending things a little early.
Ty Preston with the opportunity to be the walk-off hero. Works with Baker at second, nobody out in the frame. If the Tigers can bring that run in, this game will end a little early. Which, I don't know the perspective of the University of Dallas or Trinity necessarily being in the dugout right now, but I don't think that that's something either team would mind.
Yeah, you think about it from the perspective of the University of Dallas. At a 9-run deficit, you imagine that there's a good chance they would like to be done with this game, primarily to just save some innings from this bullpen. Gone now to a third arm.
Pitch gets away. Baker heads to third, 90 feet closer.
But imagine they don't want to have to burn anything beyond this, especially when that game-winning run for Trinity stands just 90 feet away, and there haven't been any outs recorded in this inning so far.
The other thing to consider is that this is an unexpected Sunday doubleheader. Tigers and Crusaders having to move this game because of rain. Preston works a walk. He heads to first base, puts runners at the corners. But Dallas probably expecting to get back to their university, I would say, reasonably early today. Now all of a sudden, that not going to be the case. You're playing 2 games. You can get game 3 of the series started about half an hour earlier. I don't think that's a bad thing for them either.
No, absolutely not. Especially with the way things have flown by today, a 12 o'clock start time, and we're just an hour 37 into this one. You know, the potential that it ends in this at bat or one of the next couple in this inning. I'm quite confident, and I'm certainly hoping that I'm not jinxing it. But I think that would be the fastest game on Tiger Network this year and maybe in my 10-year here, Cole.
It does feel that way. We've had some ones where we're watching it play out and you're thinking, oh, this could go by pretty fast, and then something happens and you just throw your papers in the air thinking, oh my gosh.
You feel really good about like a 2-hour ball game.
Yeah.
Those are games where you're like, wow, that flew by. We still have 20 minutes until that point, and Trinity has runners on first and third with nobody out.
And another senior up to the plate, Brett Jones. Pitch hitting for Kai Tinker. Hit in the air to shallow left. And it falls. At least that was the initial signal, and it does. Baker comes home. That is the 10th run, and this game is over. Brett Jones with the walk-off single to win it for Trinity.
Yeah, and kind of an anticlimactic ending to this one. He'll get swarmed in some capacity by his teammates after they meander out of the dugout. Just looked like a ball skied into no man's land behind short. Left fielder not playing shallow enough to get to this one. Might have had a chance, but it drops in there without being touched, and it'll go down as a hit.
So a good bounce-back game for the Tigers. They fall 1-0 yesterday. They win 10-0 today. A run rule in Game 2. Please stick around for Game 3, which I assume first pitch will be in 30 to 40 minutes from now. It'll be the rubber match opportunity for either team to win this series and set themselves up well to be in the SCAC tournament. Please stick around for that. We are not done here in San Antonio. For everyone who worked so hard on this game, thank you very much. Reed Rosales and everybody else in the control room, all the cameramen, and for my partner Luke Terry, I'm Cole Isaacson, hoping that you stick around for Game 3. Hello and welcome to Game 2 of our doubleheader in the third game of this series between the University of Dallas and Trinity University. The starter today for the Tigers, Trajan Lee, comes in with a record of 2-1, an ERA of 2.86. Only recently moved to the starting rotation. Was previously a key player in this bullpen as he faces Paxton Huff, who takes a ball outside. Huff in the game earlier today was 1 for 4, 2 strikeouts, and a double. Pitch outside as Huff works ahead in the count. Huff has been in the leadoff position for all 3 games and at center field. Fouled off. So we welcome you to San Antonio, Texas. I'm Cole Isaacson, joined alongside Luke Terry for the second game of this doubleheader. Outside edge, strike 3 called. Huff knew it. He heads back to the dugout. 1 down in the inning, the first strikeout of the day for Trajan Lee.
And it's exactly the type of start you want to see from Trajan Lee. Of course, Cole, you mentioned it, touched on it just briefly here in the opening. Lee making the transition from one of the more reliable bullpen arms for this Trinity staff, now rounding out a weekend rotation of starters. It's been back and forth. Jackson Tier, who threw in game 1, was the typical Sunday starter for this Trinity pitching staff, but Lee has taken over, and he's been very impressive. You listed that ERA that's sub-3, and largely that has continued even these appearances and these starts for Trinity. One thing that I think he's still working towards, it's not been his greatest strength. He hasn't given them a ton of length in these starts. I'm not sure he has an appearance where he's gone more than 5, reached 6 or so innings, but as we work into the later half of this season, I'm sure it's a point of emphasis as you want him to eat as many innings as possible, especially in the context of how good he has been.
Davila grounds out to his counterpart at third base, 2 down in the top of the first, and it brings up Caleb Homan. Hit in the air to shallow center. Harris calls, and it falls. Must have lost it in the wind. And it goes down as a base hit.
I mean, the way this one was struck, I assumed that this was very easily getting into the outfield, but you can see those flags at the top of your screen, very middle, blowing in pretty strong. It's been an interesting weather weekend in San Antonio. Of course, both of the games yesterday getting pushed to today. It was cloudy, overcast, windy all day yesterday. It just never actually rained until late last night. Early morning here in San Antonio, it was still pretty overcast, had cooled off very significantly, not dealing with the humidity. The wind, however, still a pretty heavy factor, and it certainly was on that batted ball.
The cleanup hitter, Simon Turner, works with a runner on first, and Homan swings through that one at strike 2. Lee had the pitch, had a 1-2-3 inning in the air, just unfortunately the play not able to be made. Turner trying to capitalize on this second chance. Pitch misses, it's 2-2.
And important for a guy that's transitioning into this starting role. Circumstances aren't too different, but still a situation where you don't want to see him get rattled by one mistake that was made. Big opportunity to get out of this first inning unscathed. Still a 2-strike count and 2 outs already on the board. Just needs one more to get this job done and get what has been a hot Trinity offense today back in the batter's box.
Full count. Not yet, as they check on the runner, back safely. I would assume that's just to collect himself. Holman, not really a big threat on the base pads. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 strikeouts in the frame for Trajan Lee as he works a scoreless first. The Tigers up to bat when we come back in San Antonio. Welcome back to the bottom of the first here in San Antonio. You see the Tigers lineup on your screen, and they'll have to contend with Marcelo Carrillo II on the mound for the University of Dallas. Leading it off and taking strike 1 is Jack Peterson. See Carrillo's numbers on your screen, a 3-1 record, an ERA of 4.6 through almost 30 innings pitched. And you see the strikeout to walk ratio may be concerning if you're the University of Dallas in a must-win situation in terms of conference play. This one's popped up. We'll see if they have a play. And they do not.
Yeah, hard to tell from inside the Bell Center, but Peterson making a long walk back to home plate. No one else approaching from that Trinity side. He'll stick in the batter's box, but now works from well behind in this count.
Down 0-2. High ball 1. You mentioned it, Luke. We're broadcasting from in the Bell Center today. In the past, we would have been on the roof. Unfortunately, not able to come up with that setup today. But happy to broadcast from wherever we can. Fortunately, foul territory just a bit out of our view. Peterson takes ball 2. Peterson worked a walk in the game earlier today, trying to do the same thing in his last home start of the year and his career. Close pitch, doesn't get the call. Brings it to a full count.
Yeah, it's a really good spot and 2-2 count. Not surprised that Peterson lays off of it. Looked like a fastball. And higher velo. Don't want to risk swinging through something. Just hoping that pitcher on the mound doesn't get the call. It's exactly the case.
Way outside, ball 4. A leadoff walk for Jack Peterson.
You mentioned that walk that he worked in game 1 of this doubleheader. Very similar circumstances. Falls behind in the count, but just continues to display his plate vision and discipline. And takes a pitch really close to the zone to work it full, and then that subsequent offering a little bit easier to watch fall outside the zone.
Now the walk-off hero from game 2 It's Brett Jones getting a start in Game 3 of this series. He takes ball 1 as he thought about bunting. A bloop single, got an RBI. And ultimately, got the Tigers the walk-off victory 10-0 by way of a run rule in SCAC play.
And you mentioned it was a bloop single. It was pretty anticlimactic. Hero might be strong language for the circumstances at hand to move it from a 9-0 game to a 10-0 game. All things considered, congratulations, Brett Jones. It goes down in the books as a single. It technically is a walk-off. There's reason to celebrate. It is senior day. I don't want to take away anything from him. But Hero?
Stolen base for Peterson. He moves to second. Jones takes a strike on the outside edge.
Let's see him keep it up right here. Batting average looks really good. It looks better because of that.
Well, it's not like I handed him a cape.
Good chance with Peterson now on second to, score an additional run, walk away with an RBI that puts Trinity ahead and breaks a 0-0 ball game right now.
Pinch inside, 2-2. Runner in scoring position is Peterson. Just outside, doesn't get the call. Back-to-back full counts worked by the Tigers. Like many of the seniors on this team, I got to talk to Brett Jones about what his favorite memories were. He brought up something very specific. He said road trips. And he said specifically playing Mafia on the bus. Outside, he works a walk. Back-to-back walks handed out by the University of Dallas. 2 runners aboard for the Tigers.
And another good at-bat right there. Consecutive walks to start this one off and consecutive counts that went full before ultimately these Trinity hitters prevailed. Nice job by Jones right there. And taking 2 pitches, 2 fastballs down in a way that just narrowly miss. Carrillo trying to just hammer that spot and get the call from the home plate umpire. Instead, he faces a little bit more trouble to open up Game 2.
Fouled off by the catcher, Nick Lazara. Lazara 2 for 3 in the game earlier today. A double, a single, and also worked a walk. Tallied a couple of RBIs on his day. Working with runners on first and second, trying to get a good start for the Tigers in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Pitch is fouled off as the Tigers try to double steal.
Interesting to see Lazara step into the box and swing it on subsequent pitches, consecutive pitches to start this at-bat off, something he does very, very infrequently. A guy that is, more often than not, very patient at the plate and takes 1, if not 2 pitches to start off his at-bats.
Takes 1 there, makes it 1-2. Carrillo trying to settle in. Runners on first and second, still nobody out. The rubber match of a 3-game series. Dallas taking Game 1 Friday night, 1-0. Tigers winning 10-0 on a run rule earlier today. Lazara grounds that, could be 2. Throw to first in time, and it is a big double play for Carrillo and the University of Dallas.
Pretty infrequently this year, Cole, do I remember Nick Lazara grounding balls to the opposite side. He certainly put his fair share on the turf here in San Antonio, but typically it's been pull side. Almost sets them up perfectly for that tailor-made double play right there. Hard hit ball off the bat. Just an easy one to field out there at short by Gaspar. Nice connection at second. And they turn it with ease.
Holloway ducks under ball 1. Working in a very different situation than he could have been. Now with the runner Peterson on third, 2 down in the inning. Carrillo 1 out away from getting out of a serious jam. That gets to the backstop, takes a friendly bounce, and that holds Peterson to first.
We talked about weird occurrences on Tiger Network this season. That big brick backstop behind home plate has had its fair share of contributions this season on pitches very similar to that one. Imagine more often than not that runner on third base is going to score easily, but Peterson has been around for a while. He knew to play that ricochet very wisely. Watch that one wind up back with the catcher. Absolutely no shot to score.
Ball way high, and it's 3-0. Saw that in a neutral game between the University of DeSales and Southwestern here, a game we did. An unfortunate bounce. I believe it went against DeSales. I could be wrong. Runner on third did not score because of that. Inside ball 4, the third walk handed out by Carrillo of this inning. But the DeSales runner ultimately tagged out at the plate because of that brick backstop. And I think the Tigers have the advantage of not running on that because they see it in practice all the time. A ball that gets away and hits that backstop. Peterson, knowing not to try it, stays at third, and that's where he is now.
And you would imagine that there are some different bounces off that backstop, right? Just ricochets in whatever capacity. But no, more often than not, it comes straight back to the catcher. It wasn't just that neutral game between Southwestern and DeSales. I know it's come into play a couple of times outside, of course, this game against Dallas today.
First year Caleb Woodward in for the first time today. Hit leadoff in game 1, now hitting 5th. Take strike 1. Woodward hitting well above 300. Scored another run in the game earlier today. Now up to 20 on the season. Went 1 for 3. A walk, a strikeout, and a single. Ball high, 2-1.
Very interesting inning here. Mentioned 3 walks that Carrillo has issued to this point. Outside of that, just 1 batted ball that results in both outs on the scoreboard at the moment. It hasn't been incredibly pretty for the Crusaders to start off game 2, but still can walk away unscathed.
Pitch misses in the dirt, 3-1, in danger of walking his 4th batter of the inning.
You very wisely pointed it out. As he stepped onto the mound, we saw his stats flash across the screen. The walk and strikeout ratio has been very, very good for a number of this University of Dallas pitching staff, but Carrillo hasn't had the same success in that department.
Woodward draws ball 4. He heads to first base, and everybody else will head to the mound. An early visit with the bases loaded with 2 outs. Head coach Eric Grafton coming out to talk to his pitcher, and I got to speak to him about the importance of starting pitching. We delved into the numbers on Friday, a game that University of Dallas won 1-0 on the back of their starting pitching, and he said it's such an important part of their team. And the numbers really support that. We talked about the ERA just being around 4. In terms of their total numbers as a staff, Kraus got hit a little bit earlier today, but him and Montenegro have really teamed up to be quite the tandem.
And I think you look at it in just the way that those guys, specifically Montenegro and Kraus, pair together. A lefty that threw a lot of breaking balls versus a pretty hard-throwing righty that can come in and really blow a fastball by you. You have that type of 1-2 punch. I think it works very, very well together. You kind of here have maybe the odd man out. Carrillo currently finding himself in a situation he's more or less put himself into by walking 4 batters in this inning.
3 of them currently on the base paths. Kai Tinker hitting 6 today. Has a chance to drive them in. Inside, 1-1. Tinker hit in the 9-hole earlier today. He was 2 for 2, 2 singles and a hit by pitch. Bless you. Thought about it, but takes it for ball 2.
It was a really, really good second offering. Breaking ball that just narrowly missed in on the hands of Tinker. Had that gotten the call, imagine it changes the complexion of this at bat. Instead of being an 0-2 count, it's 1-1, now pushed to 2-1.
Cuts at that one, makes it 2-2. I thought you were going to say that it was a really good second sneeze for a second.
I could have.
It was.
Very well.
It was.
Hardy up there. Imagine it's on the roof.
2-2 pitch. Takes it, ball 3. Another full count worked by these Trinity bats. Nowhere to put him. A walk loads the bases. Or I should say keeps the bases loaded and drives in a run. Three-two pitch. Hit in the air, but slicing foul. And we'll do it again.
Yeah, hard to read that one off the bat, but assume you're right. Got out of play. It had to be slicing pretty hard because it was far in on the hands of Tinker. Lucky that he was able to push that one out of play to the right side.
Runners were on the move last time. You'd assume they would be again. Hit in the air. And foul again.
Carrillo, well, he's being forced to work right now. Seems to have a little bit of an upper hand in this at-bat against Tinker. Has used his pitches well, mixing them together. Breaking ball might have Tinker off balance just a little bit, considering how late he was on a fastball he saw earlier in this at-bat.
Hit in the air. Playable, and it's not. Into the Tiger bullpen. 3 consecutive foul balls worked by Tinker. So he'll go right back where he was. The runners will retreat back to the bases they were at, and we'll do it all over again.
And largely, these are foul balls that aren't particularly close to being fair balls. That one was another one he fought off his hands. So was the first. That second one, I think he caught barrel, but he sent it pretty healthily foul.
Popped up. This one in play. And it hits the ground. No play made by Holman. Ranging over from first, and Tinker gets another crack at it.
Talked in the top of the frame about the wind when that ball dropped in the infield. And of course, mentioned that it's been overcast for most of this weekend. Now, the skies are clear in San Antonio. Feels like that might also be impacting things. Wind and difficult to stare directly up into these clear skies.
In on his hands. Lifted up. And the catch made. UT Dallas gets out of the inning. 4 walks, a double play, and a pop-up is what the bottom of the first had in store. We'll see what the top of the second has when we come back. Top of the second. 0-0 between the University of Dallas and Trinity. Trajan Lee back on the mound. And it was an odd bottom of the first for the Tigers. They get 4 walks, nobody scores. Strike 2. As Lee finds the zone against the shortstop, Andrew Gaspar. Outside, 1-2.
You can tell just by looking at Trajan Lee's pants just how hard the wind is blowing in San Antonio at the moment. And Gaspar at the dish has his jersey being tugged on a little bit. It's really the only reason there has been a hit in this game. Funny enough that it was the University of Dallas that got the hit in the top of the first inning. Even then, Trinity certainly with a better chance to scratch a run across so far in the early going.
It was an odd inning, back-to-back walks, then a double play, 2 more walks, and then the third out recorded on a pop-up. Not often you see 4 walks in an inning and no runs, but that was what we saw. Pitch away makes it 2-2. It's such an important game for the University of Dallas in terms of conference standings. Pitch fouled off, keeps it at 2-2. They come into this game 8-8 on the outside looking in of the conference tournament. TLU has won their series against Centenary. That game went final last night. It's a team that Dallas is currently chasing. Set up well with Schreiner on the schedule next, a potential to sweep that series at home, but also St. Thomas ahead of them right now, plays Austin College. St. Thomas winning their series this weekend. It just puts Dallas in a rough position if they don't win today. 2-2 pitch, outside, ball 3.
Yeah, getting to a position where not only do you need to win out, but you're more reliant on other teams to lose games, and that's never a good feeling. Things are a little out of your control.
Return to sender. Lee takes the trip himself for out number 1.
Yeah, and I think Trajan Lee is technically listed on most of our rosters as a utility player. So he shows his speed off right there, gets to the base, and launches the baseball across the field so the rest of the infield can have their fun and throw it around.
Strike 1 to Caden Homan. Caden and his brother both playing on this team. Both of them in the lineup today. Caden, the younger of the 2 brothers, both from Huntington Beach, California. Referenced it on Friday night. A lot of different players from California in this lineup. Cuts up that, makes it 1-2. We've got a few Californians at Trinity. Kai Tinker, Luke Pfeiffer, Cal Coney, all from the Los Angeles area, but not quite the volume that the University of Dallas has. One-two pitch. High, ball 2, and it evens the count. That's in there for strike 3. Third strikeout of the day for Trajan Lee, and there's 2 away in the second.
And largely felt like that was the first breaking ball that Homan saw in that at-bat. Trajan Lee, talked about it, of course, typically coming out of the bullpen in the early portion of the year, and at 6'4", righty thrower, that equates pretty strongly. There's a correlation with the velocity. Of course, the approach as a starting pitcher changes. He can overwhelm guys still, but mixing in that breaking ball to finish that at-bat, perfect approach, and really nothing Homan could do about it.
Lee works against Saldana. Gets the start in left field today. Pitch yanked to the backstop, but no harm done. Nobody on. Dallas rolling with exactly the same lineup they did in game one. Essentially the same lineup that they had for the Friday night game. Ripped up the middle. No chance for Baker. The second hit of the day for the University of Dallas.
But in both scenarios, the hit has come at a good time if you're Trinity. 2 outs already on the board. This time around, Trajan Lee falls behind to start off this at-bat. Good job as a hitter recognizing advantage in the batter's box. Pitcher going to have to come back and try and establish himself in the zone to get back in the count. Crusader is ready to swing it there and hopefully can find a way to put together some sort of 2-out rally.
Curtis swings at that one. He's down 0-2. Fortunate time to give up the base hit as Lee works against the bottom of this University of Dallas order. Pitch rides high, makes it 1-2. Runner on first, 2 down in the inning. Lee trying to work another scoreless frame. Fouled off, we'll do it again at 1-2.
Much better job here getting ahead in this at bat. Now 1-2. Has probably one pitch to waste, but can do pretty much anything he wants in this count.
Outside, 2-2. Curtis working a good at bat. Lee's recorded the first 2 outs in each of his first 2 innings. Has allowed the third batter of the inning to get a hit. Close pitch inside, 3-2. Lee was able to get out of the first, ending it with a strikeout. We'll see what he does here in a 3-2 count. Check on the runner. But Saldana is back safely.
You know, that 1-2 offering looked like he really hit his spot. It was just that Lazara lined up so far out of the zone that it wasn't going to be competitive.
Inside, and it hits him. Puts 2 aboard with 2 down.
You know, that 1-2 offering that I'm referring to, Lazara was, you know, basically in the other batter's box, and he also had his glove in the top portion of the zone. So not only was it out, but it was also up. I felt like you go with one or the other in that situation. Mentioned he could afford to waste a pitch, but could have certainly put it closer and ultimately pays a little bit of a price for it. 3-2 count, a little more pressure, and he rides in and hits the batter.
First pitch to Reed Morales outside for ball 1. Morales, an unfortunate mishap in game 1 of this doubleheader. Missing home plate. Good pitch, no call. Yeah, I don't know what else you want from that one.
Yeah, realistically, both of those pitches, maybe the opening pitch of this at-bat misses a little bit off the plate on the far side. That one looked like an adjustment was made, maybe a little too tall. It was hard to tell.
Caught in a pickle. And we'll see how this rodeo ends. A tag in between the bases ends the inning. Lee with the spin off the backside keeps this game scoreless as we head to the bottom of the second on Tiger Network. Bottom of the second in San Antonio. Corson Hastings, the first baseman, set to lead things off. Hitting .208 on the year with 10 RBI. Gets the start. Hastings, a part of the senior class that's having their last home game of the year. Though Hastings not sure if he's coming back or not. Still some things to be decided there. Could not. Things up in the air right now for him. But still got to participate in senior day with the rest of his classmates. 2-0 pitch. In for strike one. Strike two.
I think it's kind of funny. Corson Hastings was basically this team's emergency everything this year based on the context of this season. Talked about it in game one. A lot of injuries in the outfield. Recruited as a catcher, playing first base, was an emergency outfielder. Pretty much definition of a utility guy. Just use him wherever you need him.
Finds himself in a 2-2 count. Hit hard but foul. And we'll do it again.
And on top of all else, he's a guy that can certainly punish the baseball. Big 6'4" lefty. Looks a lot like Jack Peterson in the box from a stature perspective.
Hit in the air to right. And the catch made just shy of the warning track by Turner.
And very nearly punished that baseball. Fortunately for him, got just a tad underneath it. And based on some of these other camera angles, doesn't appear as if the flags in center field are blowing out. So no wind aid on that baseball. Just a lazy pop fly to right field.
Hard grounder, but foul off the bat of Jack Baker. Average holding steady at around 270. Hitting eighth today, playing shortstop. Outside edge, strike two. Baker now in a 1-2 count. Carrillo seems to have settled down a little bit. 4 walks in that first frame. Retired the leadoff man, now in a 1-2 count, and he hits him. Pitch rides inside, and Baker will head to first.
And control remains the name of the game for Carrillo on the mound for the Crusaders at the moment. 4 walks issued in the home half of the first. Now loses Jack Baker after getting well ahead. Pitch ran way inside, got him pretty squarely.
Brings up Maddox McDonald. Cuts at that one, strike one. McDonald in right today, making his first appearance of the series. Swing and a miss. Throw to second. In time, and they got him. Baker caught stealing, 2 outs on the board.
And this is just perfect execution all around on both sides. McDonald does everything he can, swings through that baseball, but it's just a better pitch to throw on. Fastball outside the zone, again, just creates that throwing lane for Curtis. Puts a strike down to second base, and it's an immediate tag. Just gets into the glove. That glove drops straight down right onto Jack Baker. Just a game of inches right there, as he was very close to sliding in there safely.
So the runner erased. Now McDonald in an 0-2 hole. Breaking ball lands for strike 3. McDonald goes looking. A 1-2-3 inning worked by the University of Dallas. This is still a 0-0 game as we head to the third. Top of the third in San Antonio. Trajan Lee back out there for his third inning of work. Facing the 9-hole hitter, Reed Morales. Morales was up to bat in the last inning, gets another shot at it after the base running mistake that ended the last inning. Morales hitting .241 on the year with 15 RBI. Finds himself ahead 2-0 in this count. Takes strike 1.
Talked about it in the first when Trajan Lee first stepped onto the mound. Just his transition from bullpen arm to starting pitcher.
Morales gets a hold of this one, but it's right to the left fielder, Woodward. Unfortunate placement of that baseball, and it's out number 1.
Yeah, gave this one a good ride. Unfortunately, just too far in the vicinity of Caleb Woodward out there in left field. A ton of range from the freshman Tiger. He's been tremendous on both sides of the baseball and certainly displayed his speed already defensively.
1 out in the third. It brings up the leadoff man, Paxton Huff. 0 for 1, struck out looking in his only at bat today. Taps that foul to make it 1-1.
His pitch count already climbing up to 50 pitches here in the third inning, trying to find this second out.
Hitting the foul territory just above the Dallas bullpen. Finds himself in a 1-2 count. Referenced it earlier, Lee having no starts go beyond the 5th inning. Trying to change that today, but that pitch count gonna hurt.
And I erroneously stated that There was one start he had this season that has gone beyond 5 innings. He went 6 innings when Trinity played at Austin College.
Grounded to Jones at second, and the play made for out number 2.
But I think even then, the point stands. It's been interesting watching Trajan Lee in his starts, because largely, while he hasn't gone all that deep into a lot of these ball games that he did start, he's been impressive in them. It feels more so like an issue with the pitch count, both in the first and second frames here in San Antonio. He's very quick to get outs 1 and 2, and then there was a little traffic after that. It's prolonged those innings, and again, already up over 50 pitches, approaching 60 at the moment. Now just 3 innings in.
Grounded to short. Baker makes the play, and it sends us to the middle of the third. Still 0-0 here in SCAC play, the third game between UD and TU. Bottom of the third on the campus of Trinity University. You see the flags waving in the distance. It's been windy all day, and it continues as we're in the second game of this doubleheader. Leadoff man will lead off this inning. It's Jack Peterson. Takes ball 1 away. Peterson's average dipping below 300. Worked a walk in his first plate appearance of the day. Popped up, but no play. Makes it 1-1.
Overall, it's been a kind of odd day of baseball. I felt like that game 1 was an anomaly. About an hour 40 run time in that one. And it ended in a run rule. And, you know, run rules, they signal that you're going to play less baseball, clearly. You're finishing before the full 9 innings are in the books, but usually they can still wind up just as long time-wise as a lot of other games, given the fact that it necessitates you outscore your opponent by 10 runs. But even then, Trinity scoring in bunches in game 1, 6 in the bottom of the second, and 2 other frames where they scored 2 runs apiece. All in all, outside of that, it was a pitching performance for the ages from both of these squads. Largely that's been the case this weekend, and it's continued here to start game 3 as well.
Pitch rides inside and gets Peterson. He's aboard for the second time in this game. And it sets up the number 2 hitter, Brett Jones. Jones walked in his first plate appearance as well. This is the part of the order that found their way on base. Couldn't drive in a run, though. We'll see if that changes here.
It is pretty interesting also, Cole, that
Runner goes, throw to second, not in time. Add another stolen base for Jack Peterson.
This is currently a series being split 1-1, and the total runs scored is still 10-1 in favor of Trinity.
See the stolen base on the replay. Yeah, it's a shame we can't do aggregate like in the Champions League.
Yeah, Trinity would have a pretty significant advantage if that were the case, but of course, it's not how it works. Taking victories any way you can get them, and largely the University of Dallas has relied on their pitching to walk away with wins this year. Difficult to overcome 10 runs that Trinity put up offensively in Game 2, but it's been a streaky offense for the Tigers this year. Not the only time that they've been shut out in this campaign. It was actually consecutive Friday nights that they hung 0 on the scoreboard.
Shut out by Brendan Beard's 161 complete game against TLU 2 Fridays ago. As Jones works a 4-pitch walk, he heads to first. So the top 2 parts of this lineup, both reaching by way of something other than a hit for the second consecutive time. It brings up Nick Lazara. Lazara grounded into a 6-4-3 double play the last time he was up. Peterson on second, Brett Jones on first. In the dirt, 1-0. Lazara taking his time. Finds himself in a 1-0 count. Inside, nearly got him, but gets out of the way. Ahead 2-0.
And almost shockingly to this point, despite having 7 base runners already, Cole, Trinity's still yet to find their first hit of this game. And of course, Lazara at the plate now. Probably best chance out of anyone in this lineup, exactly the name you would want to call upon if you had a choice. Huge spot to deliver hit number 1 and more than likely break this 0-0 ball game that we have.
Curtis went out for a quick meeting, now heads back behind the dish. Lazara leads the team in RBI and batting average. Great guy to have up to the plate with a runner on second. Outside, 3-0. So it looked like Carrillo had settled down a little bit. All of a sudden, wild to begin this frame. The ball here would be his second consecutive 4-pitch walk. Strike called.
And imagine that Lazara likely didn't have a green light right there, and even if he did, I'm not sure he would swing. A good spot one way or another. Fastball more or less up and in on his hands. Would have to start rather early to get to that one.
Inside, ball 4. And 3 consecutive base runners reach for the Tigers. It loads the bases.
I'd imagine it's going to have to warrant a visit from the dugout. It looks like that will be the case right here. Don't have an angle or vantage point of the University of Dallas bullpen, but considering the way things have gone in the early going of Game 2, imagine that there's been someone warming.
Carrillo holding out the baseball. Some clubs like to do it where the pitcher will hand the incoming pitcher the ball himself, so he'll hang out and wait. And it looks like that is exactly what will happen here. That'll be the day for Carrillo. He leaves with the bases loaded in a 0-0 game, and pitching change for UD when we come back.
Standing in, Christian Holloway.
Bottom of the third, bases loaded for Christian Holloway, who takes strike one. Faces a pitcher we saw on Friday already, Colin Johnson, entering his 14th game of the season. Ball in the dirt, 1-1. Johnson pitched 2 innings against Trinity in that game on Friday. But before that, went 4 innings against Austin College, so he has the length that UD will need in this situation. Comes in with the bases loaded, nobody out. Ball 2 as Holloway works ahead.
Unfortunately for him, it's a pretty high leverage situation. Not a guy that you want to face in a bases loaded situation. No place to put him. Can't really afford to work around him either, but largely it appears like that's what they're going to do right here.
A walk drives in a run. Holloway ahead, 3-1, with Woodward waiting on deck. Breaking ball finds the zone, and it's 3-2.
Just a really, really good pitch right there. Backdoor breaking ball that comes in and catches the lower portion of the zone.
Holloway to shallow center. It falls. A bobble. And 1 run will come in. Peterson scores. The bases are still loaded. It's 1-0 Trinity.
And a really nice piece of hitting from Christian Holloway right here. 3-2 count after he was ahead. Hangs in there and recognizes he's going to have to fight. Shoots that one back up the middle. A little concern off the bat, considering Paxton Huff is playing out there in center for the Crusaders. He's shown us a lot of speed already this weekend. Imagined he would have a shot to get to that baseball. It just died down a little too quickly for him. The wind that's been playing in here in San Antonio, imagine, might have an effect on that baseball.
Brings up Caleb Woodward with the bases still loaded. An RBI single for Christian Holloway. Peterson was on third. He scores the run. Woodward takes strike one. In his first plate appearance, Woodward walked. This is his second time up to the plate. Outside, 1-1. Trinity trying to turn this into a big inning. Had 4 walks in the first. Couldn't do anything with them. So the bases loaded, nobody out. Woodward drives that foul, and it's 1-2. Fouled off. We'll do it again. Woodward, a first year that's seeing consistent time in a veteran lineup. Similar to what we've been talking about with Colt Harris the year that this team went to the World Series, a sophomore starting on that veteran team. Popped up. Chance for Davila, diving and making the play. A sliding grab by Davila from third base puts the first out on the board.
And it's a huge one because this very, very nearly gets down. You can see on the replay, Davila's first steps are back. Instead, reroutes and charges in. Coming with full speed. And sliding underneath that baseball, just very narrowly getting there.
Brings up Kai Tinker, who came up to the plate in a very similar situation in the first inning. Worked along at bat, but couldn't find a hit or a way on. Ahead here, 1-0. Rides inside, 2-0.
A little bit more of an advantage in this at-bat against the left-handed Johnson. Felt like he struggled just a tad in his first plate appearance of the day. Just couldn't find a way to put the barrel on the baseball. And ultimately just sent a weak pop-up out to short to end the inning. Better opportunity here for him against the lefty.
The 2-1 fouled off. Levels the count at 2 apiece. Still the bases loaded, 1 out. UD trying to limit the damage. Fouled off again. Colin Johnson came into a difficult situation, but so far he's managed it well. Gave up the 1 weak single. Run scores, obviously. So far doing well. This has popped up as well. To short. And it falls. Infield fly rule in effect. So 2 outs in the inning.
Yeah, and a bit difficult to read that one right there. As out there at shortstop, Gaspar was waving his arms, signaling everyone else off. Felt like he had a beat on that and then ultimately let it drop. Noticed again, his first steps were backwards towards the outfield, and more often than not, we've seen balls batted in the air. They've dropped pretty significantly in front of where these defensive fielders have originally assumed the ball would wind up.
Hastings hits it into left. 1 runs in. Here comes another. Safe. It's 3-0 Trinity, a 2 RBI single for Corson Hastings.
And a great piece of hitting. Lefty on lefty right here. Hastings recognizing something that catches the middle of the plate. Doesn't want to wait around and bother having to deal with those breaking balls that are moving away from him. Rips this one the other way. He had his foot down with plenty of time. Absolutely no shot at third base to dive and make a play on that one. It gets through, and Trinity takes advantage finally of runners on all of these bases.
Jones and Lazara coming in to score the runs. It's 3-0. The Tigers have the lead. Runners on first and second with 2 down. Shortstop Jack Baker up to the plate. Takes a ball inside. Baker ahead 2-0. Corson Hastings coming through with a 2-out knock to extend this lead to 3. Trinity looked like they may squander this opportunity, but Hastings doesn't let it happen. Now the question is, can Johnson settle down after giving up the base hit? Behind 3-0 to Baker. Strike 1. Baker hit by a pitch his first time up. A walk here would load the bases. Swing and a miss, strike 2. I'm sure everyone watching has noticed that there seems to be a reflection happening behind home plate. You don't see it right now, but that's somebody's watch?
It has to be. It looks like the gentleman in the blue shirt to the left of Johnson currently on the mound.
3-2 pitch. Hit in the air. To center. Huff is there, and it gets away. 1 run comes in. Holloway. Or a run comes in now. Holloway advances to third. Baker safe at first. It'll go down as an E8.
And this one, a little odd. First time around, things dropped in pretty easily in front of Huff out there in center field. And he gets a better break on this baseball. Hard to tell what ultimately happens out there. The sun is clearly a factor considering the reflection that we're seeing here on the broadcast. But when you think about angles, I'm not sure it was playing in Huff's face right there.
Baker caught in between. He's tagged out. But the benefit of an error in center field that drives in 2 runs for the Tigers. Hastings and Holloway both score. It's 5-0 Trinity after 3.
The Tigers bottom in the third inning, 5 runs, 2 hits, 1 error. No players left on base after 3 innings. It is Trinity 5 and Dallas 0. And Shane Bishop, the Mark Rose contestant, standing behind the Tigers dugout.
Top of the 4th on the campus of Trinity University. The Tigers get a 5-run inning to take a 5-0 lead. Trajan Lee back on the mound working with a lead. Lee was in a precarious situation for most of his start in a 0-0 game. Not the case anymore. Pitch misses.
Well, it hasn't been all that taxing of an afternoon for Lee to this point. He still goes back out on the mound having thrown 55 pitches and having taken a rather long rest in the home half of the third.
Works against the first baseman, Hellman. Fouls off back-to-back pitches, evens this count at 2-2. See the numbers for Trajan Lee on your screen. That ERA dropping just a little bit now, over 31 innings pitched. The strikeout to walk ratio is really what you look at, and probably what this coaching staff felt made them comfortable moving him into the starting rotation. 32 strikeouts, only the 16 walks. Finds himself in a 3-2 count.
You know, sample sizes certainly change over time when you have a guy that's moving from the bullpen into this starting position.
This one flared to right, and the catch made by McDonald on the warning track. And you see the strength of Holman, able to push that ball all the way back to the wall.
Yeah, on a day where wind has not helped baseballs carry out. I saw a ball struck that direction earlier and didn't get any help. Imagine that one didn't get any either, but you're right. That even more so amplifies the strength of Holman in the box.
Swing and a miss from Simon Turner, 0 for 1 with a strikeout today.
Of course, we go back to Trajan on the mound. He's a guy that's in these starting games not thrown all that much more than he did when he was coming out of the pen. Of course, that game against Austin College, an outlier. He threw 6 innings in that one. But in the early portion of this year, went 2 1/3 against Babson.
Tinker makes the play for out number 2.
He went 2 2/3 against Mary Hardin Baylor, 2 against Centenary, 3 against East Texas Baptist. Really low walk numbers in those games. None against Babson, Centenary, and East Texas Baptist, 2 against Mary Hardin Baylor. But things change when you go out there as a starter. Approach has to be different. And even though the number of innings pitched hasn't grown by a ton, we have seen him walk more hitters in these starts. 1 against Schreiner, 4 against University of St. Thomas, and 3 against Austin and Texas Lutheran each in his last 2 starts.
So far, bouncing back has yet to walk a batter. Pitch gets away, 2-1. It's the shortstop, Gaspar. Gaspar 0 for 1 today, grounded out to Lee. Grounded to Jones. And that ends the inning. A 1-2-3 frame for Trajan Lee sends us to the bottom of the 4th. 5-0. Tigers lead the Crusaders.
All right. I get to talk about Ty Preston. Ty, me and him go way back. I mean, we play in the outfield together, so we've been together pretty much our entire 4 years. We're always out there just talking it up, whether figuring out what we're going to eat for dinner, sports games, or just giving each other some tough love out there. I mean, we're never afraid to kind of go at each other, but it's all love at the end of the day. Definitely going to miss playing with Ty. I mean, he's a gritty ball player. I love the way he plays the game. Just have a lot of respect for him, for who he is as a baseball player and a guy, and I'm going to miss him a lot.
Me and Chris, he's one of the only guys on the team that I get to have class with also, the bio boys. So just getting to be around him on and off the field is just something I wouldn't trade for the world. It's a pleasure to be around him every single day. He's just a guy that'll bring a smile to your face every time you talk to him.
This is funny, Cole. I'm not sure if you know this, but he's my roommate also. So it's been a pleasure to have him be my roommate these last couple of years, and just a phenomenal guy. Comes from a great family. We have a lot of really, really solid memories together, on and off the field, of course. And it's just been a pleasure to live with him and to just be in college with him, period. So, yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah, so me and Jack obviously get to play with him up the middle. That's a blast every day. We go way back. We played together a little bit before we came to Trinity, so he was one of the first guys I knew here. And then we've spent the past 4 years living together as well. He's just a great guy, good, positive energy all the time. Always just bringing people up and just being a good dude. I love Jack, and I'm really appreciative of being with him the last 4 years.
Thank you. I'm going to take Petey because it goes back.
Bottom of the 4th in San Antonio. Maddox McDonald currently in a 2-1 count after that pitch. But you got to see the Tiger seniors, 5 of them specifically. In that interview, for the context of what the question was, I asked them just say the favorite thing about the person to your left. And you got to hear some of their answers. I know Jack Baker's at the end got cut short as that gets McDonald in the head. And he seems to be okay.
Yeah, good to see him take off rather quickly right there. Seemingly unfazed by that one. Always scary to see hit by pitches in that area of the body, but absolutely no issue for McDonald right there. He hustles down and play resumes pretty quick.
But you got to hear some of their answers. Luke, what was your takeaway from that?
Well, I went in there into the control room in the Bell Center and watched very briefly and couldn't help but notice Colt Harris's pretty gnarly wrist tape tan.
You just saw that? Yeah.
Yeah, I have not noticed it ever before. I've mainly seen Colt Harris out there on the field with, of course, that wrist tape on, and I hadn't thought so much about the impact that it would have on his tan, but boy, can you see it clearly even watching that video for 5 seconds.
Peterson pops out, trying to get a bunt down, but yeah, that is quite the tan.
I mean, beyond that, there's the obvious. These guys like each other and they care about each other very clearly. But maybe more obvious than that is Colt Harris's wrist tape tan.
Well, in terms of the content of the interview as opposed to the tan line, it seems that they really do care about each other. And I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, just with the rules that Trinity had. They got a lot of time to get to know each other. This is lined, could be 2, and it is. So that ends the inning. A quick one for the University of Dallas as we head to the top of the 5th here in San Antonio. We'll talk more about these seniors when we come back. Top of the 5th in San Antonio, Caden Holman set to lead things off for the University of Dallas. And he takes strike 1 from Trajan Lee, who's in his 5th inning of work. If he finishes this inning, he'll be in line for the win today. Swing and a miss, 0-2. But getting back to the clips you saw of some of these Tiger seniors, I think my biggest takeaway from hearing their responses was just the connections all around campus. Talk about Christian Holloway and Ty Preston both being biology majors. And then roommates as well, along with Colt Harris.
I think just the proximity that you could see between these guys, very clear from that clip. Talk about it on the baseball field. Obviously, you'd anticipate that. Connection that is there up the middle defensively between Jack Baker and Colt Harris, a couple of seniors on this roster.
Holman takes strike 3, another strikeout for Trajan Lee, 1 down in the 5th.
But it certainly extends beyond that. And Christian Holloway has played on both sides of the infield, joining them this year at third base and at first as well. Yeah, I think you're right, Cole. The connections and the overlap beyond the baseball field, certainly impressive to see, and hard to ignore the fact that this group did come in a world that was pretty much run by COVID at that time. It dictated a lot of things. It dictated their experience as freshmen, put them in situations where really the only people they could spend time with were each other, and you've seen the lasting results of that.
Saldana flies out to right as McDonald makes the catch for out number 2. We have one more clip to show you from these seniors, and I think it's probably the most interesting one, but when they were sitting down giving those answers, I was just thinking when I was behind the camera asking questions, like, it worked out so well that they just sat in that order. It went from Jack Peterson to Ty Preston, who are buddies in the outfield, as you saw with that clip. Ty Preston to Christian Holloway, biology majors. Holloway to Colt Harris, roommates. And then Harris to Baker, middle infielders. And then all the way around, Jack to Jack.
It's just the complete circle.
It really worked out. I didn't tell them to sit that way either. That just happened. Sometimes things just work out. Curtis gets a hold of this one past the dive of Jones. Or it wasn't, but still the throw late. Curtis will reach regardless. A 2-out knock for the catcher.
Yeah, and based on the route that it looks like Jones took at second base, I feel like he was playing a little shallow. I mean, he cuts straight across in order to corral this baseball, and the process, as it had some zip on it, forced him to the ground, and really that was probably the end of things. A good effort to just keep that one in the infield. And tough break that he couldn't get the ball onto first base. Prolongs things just a bit for Trajan Lee right here. This is much of what we saw in the early going, however. Both in that first and second frame. Retired the first two hitters, and then a little bit more traffic for the Crusaders after that.
The 9-hole hitter, Reed Morales, finds himself in a 1-1 count. Curtis, the runner on first. Morales takes ball 2. Dallas in what is essentially a must-win scenario. St. Thomas playing Austin College next weekend. TLU playing Southwestern, so an opportunity for that number 4 team in the tournament to drop a little bit, but they need St. Thomas to lose some games. If they don't win this one, they would be put in a situation where they essentially don't control their own destiny. Strike taken on the outside edge, 2-2.
Yeah, looking at the standings currently, Trinity rests atop the SCAC, followed closely by Centenary. After that, at Southwestern. All 3 of those teams have played a different number of games in the conference. I think these standings might be a little bit delayed, not accounting for Trinity taking game 1.
Well, the one thing to consider with the different number of games played is that Centenary and Dallas did not play game 3 of their series.
Yeah, the current standings that I'm looking at have Trinity playing 16, Centenary 17, Southwestern 18, Texas Lutheran 18, and Dallas last in the conference with 15 games played so far.
Morales flies out, and that ends the frame. We head to the bottom of the 5th as we're halfway through this one in San Antonio. Dallas down 5. Bottom of the 5th in San Antonio, Nick Lazara set to lead things off. The Tigers up 5-0. Lazera pops that up, foul, no play. But Luke, we want to continue this conversation about how important this game is for the University of Dallas. Currently in a situation where if they would win today and then win out against Schreiner, which is possible, then they control their own destiny to go to the SCAC tournament, provided that TLU loses one game to Southwestern, which, in my opinion, would seem likely.
Yeah, it certainly would be a difficult series to walk away from with a sweep. You're right. Texas Lutheran now sitting at 10-8 with 18 conference games completed. I think with these 2 games today, it'll move Trinity to 18 games played. Dallas will still be at 17, though. Of course, that's not currently being reflected on the SCAC baseball standings on the website. Dallas remaining at 15 games, 8-7. However, they should now be 8-8. You're right, 9-8 would be a huge difference, and that's considering the fact that they're headed into a series against Schreiner next weekend.
Lazera flies out to Huff at center, 1 down in the inning. But the other player in this is St. Thomas, who plays Austin College next weekend. You would assume that St. Thomas has a good chance to win all 3 of those games, even though nothing's ever guaranteed. That's why we play the games. But the difference, if Dallas were to win today, would be that game that they did not make up against Centenary. And you wonder, with it being the difference in the standings in that situation, would they be forced to make it up if it came to that?
Yeah, there'll certainly be something to monitor because there isn't all that much time remaining in the conference slate. You have this being the second to last weekend of conference games. So Dallas and Schreiner next weekend. Trinity and Centenary will play in Shreveport. You know, you have a midweek slot this Tuesday and this Wednesday perhaps, and then the following Tuesday and Wednesday. But even then, that's a win-or-go-home game if you're trying to make it up at that point in the year. And with such close proximity to the actual conference tournament, there's really no saying what the ultimate outcome is going to be.
Holloway flies out to center, 2 down in the inning. I think the other thing to consider here is if Centenary and Trinity play next weekend and Centenary wins that series and they find themselves in a situation where if they just win one more game, they get that tiebreaker against Trinity and then they're first overall, does Centenary force the issue and say, hey, we really want to play this game because we can get first in the conference if we win?
Yeah, it certainly could be a stake from both perspectives. You know, that is also a decent possibility considering the fact that Trinity and Centenary are so close in the conference standings. And it's another series. We talked about sweeps. It's not very likely that either of those teams win 3 games off of the other.
Caleb Woodward up to the plate, 0 for 1 today. He's also walked. Takes strike 1 to even the count. But look, this is one of the more interesting SCAC races I've ever seen. Last year's very clear who the top 4 teams were going to be at the end of the year, and right now it's the same top 4, but there's more of a push from spots 5 and 6 to get into the tournament, it feels like.
Yeah, and usually I feel like you know who is going to be the 4 teams. And it can be a different selection of squads year in and year out, but it becomes pretty clear about halfway through conference play, 3/4 of the way, you can feel pretty certain. That is not the case this year. You do truly have 6 teams that are all vying for these 4 spots.
2-2 pitch to Woodward. Driven to right. And the catch made to end a 1-2-3 inning. Trinity can't add on. This is still 5-0 as we're through 5 in San Antonio. Top of the 6th on the campus of Trinity University. Trajan Lee back out there for his 6th inning of work, currently in line to get the victory today. Faces Paxton Huff, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Check swing didn't go, evens the count at 1 apiece. So the leadoff hitter in the lineup, leading off this inning, and that's exactly where UD wants him. Take strike 2. Huff has 28 stolen bases on 30 attempts. We'll see if he can find a way on. Strike 3, foul tip into the catcher's glove. And that's the first out of the 6th.
And really, without a doubt, feels like the best performance that we've seen from Trajan Lee in his role as a starter this year. Certainly providing a little bit more distance in this game, now 5 1/3 in, and doesn't appear like his day is anywhere close to an end. Still no runs on the board for Dallas, and big one, hasn't been giving out anything easily. Free pass has been kept to a minimum from Trajan Lee so far.
We talked about the spike in walks in recent starts. So far, I believe none handed out by Trajan Lee. Ahead of Davila, 0-2.
It's no walks on the day for Trajan Lee, just the one hit by pitch, which, you know, free pass of sorts.
Davila grounds out to Baker, and there's 2 away quickly.
5 strikeouts. Pretty consistent with his other numbers so far this season. Another thing about this performance, Cole, now 5 2/3 in, is working closer and closer to being a qualifier for national leaders. We talked about Jackson Tier in game 1 and the fact that he is the national leader in individual ERA. And dropped that number even further to .69 after the shutout in game 1.
Grounded. Tinker with a diving play, the throw to first in time. Kai Tinker ends the inning with his excellence at third base. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th in San Antonio, still 5-0. Trinity leads UD. Back in San Antonio for the bottom of the 6th, the man who ended the last inning leads off this one, Kai Tinker. Take strike 1. Tinker 0 for 2 today. He's flown out to short both times. One of them caught, the other one was hit the ground, and infield fly rule was in effect. Still 0 for 2 either way. Fouls this one back into the screen to make it 0-2.
And I talked to Garrett Landon, our sports information assistant, on the broadcast. He provides me with a lot of insight, answers a lot of my questions. And previously this year, he talked about infield fly rule and the fact that technically for the infield fly to be in effect, someone in the field has to be camped underneath the baseball. And that's why the instance in this game, it was a little confusing to me. I didn't have the opportunity to fully expand on it. But given the way the wind has played in San Antonio today,
Tinker sends that to center and flies out for out number 1.
there has been a lot of movement from these defenders, and there just frankly hasn't been many instances where guys are actually camped underneath a baseball. And that was more or less the case out there at shortstop. I think it was Gaspar, out there at short, who was, waving some people off. I don't know if I would ever technically say he was camped underneath that baseball. I think that was the case earlier this season that prompted that conversation between Garrett and I. It was a similar situation where there was an infield fly. It was put into an effect, but it probably shouldn't have been. And that's kind of my feeling towards that previous situation.
Pitch inside, nearly gets Hastings. Last time he was up, a 2-out, 2 RBI single to put the Tigers up 3-0 at the time. Thought about it. Did he go? Yes. 1-2.
And remarkable that Trinity's currently being out-hit by the University of Dallas in this baseball game. Of course, one off, in Hastings. Probably the most meaningful so far in game number 2 here in San Antonio. Certainly would like to add some more runs. 15 across 2 games here today, but all 15 runs scored in just 4 different frames.
Pitch taken. It's 3-2. Trinity trying to continue their recent dominance over the University of Dallas. I got this nugget from Garrett Landon as well. Strike 3 on the inside edge. Hastings heads back to the dugout. Trinity is 50-6 in their last 56 meetings against UD.
And I think that speaks to a couple of things. One, Trinity's dominance in this sport specifically, not so far removed from a national championship in 2016, and there's been a host of postseason appearances in the last 10 years that more than anything equates with dominance in conference play as well.
Baker grounds out to end the inning as we're through 6 in South Texas. Still 5-0 Tigers as we head to the 7th, and we hope you enjoy this clip from our seniors. Top of the 7th in San Antonio. Sorry about that. We don't have the video ready right now, but you'll definitely see it later in the broadcast. Of course, we referenced Trinity 50, the last 56 against the University of Dallas, but UD used to be a baseball powerhouse. Back in 2002, they won 39 of 40 games. And they played Trinity that season, won 2-1, walking them off out in Irving. And current pitching coach Dave Smith pitched over 8 innings of that game. Swing and a miss, strike 1 for Lee, who's out there for his 7th inning of work. So Dave was telling me about he was through 7. Scannell asks him how he's feeling as this is sent into the shallow outfield grass. Baker back to make the catch. So Tim Scannell, who was the head coach back then still, in I believe his 26th season now with the Tigers, asked Dave, hey, how are you feeling? And he says, not great. And then he says, well, can you go another? And he says, okay, sure, I can go another. Throws the 8th, scoreless. In the dugout, Dave's basically taking off his shoes, any thing that's uncomfortable at that point, right? And Scannell says, nope, we need you for another inning. So he has to put everything on, goes back out there, and then eventually gets pulled. He allowed 1 base runner. Somebody comes in after him, allows the run, and I believe 2 pitches is what he told me. But there was an error committed that allowed that runner to get aboard. And it was committed by a person who currently has their number retired by Trinity, number 12, out in left field. And he said he was so heartbroken about that. It cost him the game. And Dave says, dude, it's only 1 game. You're fine. But I think him being so upset about making that error in that situation is probably a reason why he has his number up there.
Yeah, I mean, the attention to detail is certainly something that this coaching staff is, consistent across these 2 stories, continues to harp. Coach Scannell has been around for quite a while here in San Antonio, and he's proven that he knows a thing or two about winning at this level. Of course, just referenced that national championship in 2016. Squads that went to the College World Series in back-to-back years, an adjustment that was made from 2015 to 2016, eventually getting the job done.
This one ripped to left and down for a base hit. A 1-out knock for Dallas. But one thing that I should talk about with this story is Coach Scannell's responsibilities were much more spread out back then. He didn't have Dave to help him, obviously, because he was pitching. So I believe he was coaching third base, managing the bullpen, and just being the head coach overall. So he was doing a lot of jobs.
Yeah, now Coach Scannell gets us our lineup right before first pitch.
Immediately.
Shows up strolls in 15 minutes before we're going to get going. Sometimes I think he times it perfectly for that home plate meeting. He has it down to a science, and based on that, it feels like he's worked to this point where he's been able to delegate some things. He can sit back and relax, and I think he deserves that.
A lot of hard work, creating a consistently good program. Swing and a miss, foul tip into this catcher's glove. Another strikeout for Trajan Lee, who's in the midst of his longest outing of his career.
And with this, moving quite close to being a qualifier on the national level. Trinity has 2 starters that are national leaders in ERA. Jackson Tier, number 1 in the country. Joseph Shavana, after a dazzling performance, even in a loss on Friday night, is top 15 in his own right. And I'm not sure how many players are represented, but certainly there are a lot of arms throwing at the Division III level with 300-plus teams. I think Trajan Lee and his ERA that's continuing to drop here in San Antonio Sunday afternoon, probably down around 2.5 at this point, is putting his name on that list somewhere.
Pitch outside. So Walker also Brooks, a first year out of Round Rock, Texas, making his 26th appearance of the season. First appearance of this series. Lee checks on the runner, very soft toss. Feel like this is as good a time as any to shout out our cameraman, Adam Mann, working his final Tiger Network game, a graduating senior. with us for all 4 years. Definitely one of the best in the business. I've told people this pretty consistently. I do feel that he could work for Fox Sports tomorrow if he really wanted to. He's that talented.
He knows what he's doing.
We really appreciate that, him being our eyes in this situation with us not actually at the field. We really rely on the people behind the camera to do a good job, and we can always count on him to do that. So I want to, on behalf of everybody at Tiger Network, thank him for everything he's done. Two-two pitch in the dirt, and it gets away. The runner heads to second, and a run in scoring position for UD.
And Trajan Lee taking just a tad bit longer ahead of this pitch. Pitch that has the opportunity to get Trinity out of this inning.
Runner dives back safely. There does appear to be action in the Tiger bullpen. I would guess it's Jonathan Newman.
Seems likely, but options likely plentiful considering the fact that it's been 2 days. Friday night, the last time Trinity played, and there was not a ton of appearances out of that bullpen.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Trajan Lee is fired up. He's through 7. In line for a victory as we head to the bottom of the 7th in San Antonio, 5-0. The Tigers lead the Crusaders.
Yeah, first goal is definitely winning that SCAC tournament. But I remember our freshman year talking with a couple of the guys. We looked around and saw how much talent that our class had. And we were like, whenever we're seniors, we're going to win it all. So I think this is our year. I mean, sophomore year, we kind of got a taste of that going to the World Series, but this is our year to finally prove it all to everybody and hopefully come home with the national championship.
All right, that's all I got. So there was that clip that we promised earlier with Jack Peterson talking about what he feels that this class of seniors can do, and he really was referencing their run to the College World Series when he was a sophomore and how this class got to learn from the 2 classes ahead of them that led that charge. They want to lead a charge into a deep postseason run, teaching the other younger guys sort of the ropes and then how to do it when they leave.
And it's certainly admirable, and I think shows a lot just about the awareness that this class of players has, both in respect to what that series, College World Series, that experience meant to them as sophomores, and being cognizant of what it can therefore do for a group of younger players. I think, again, admirable that they want to get back there to help this program and, perpetuate the success that has been sustained over the years. But I don't think we can take it out of the equation. Big part of that is wanting to get back to that level to compete for a national championship.
Maddox McDonald drops down a bunt, but it's foul. Well, the first thing that he talked about, and what several other players mentioned in the course of my interview with them, was that the first step is getting to that SCAC tournament and winning it. They talked about the SCAC tournament last year, winning their first one in 4 years. That was a huge accomplishment. That's something that they really appreciate, and it was a lot of fun for the whole team. They want to go do that again. And then looking beyond, they were knocked out in a regional final last year, trying to get past that, get back to the World Series. They've had a taste of it when they were sophomores, trying to get back there as seniors.
It's going to be a really interesting year to try and do so. Think about just the landscape that exists in Division III baseball this season. It's been an interesting season in the conference. We talked about it previously. Pitching performances in the SCAC have been outstanding by these collective staffs, and it's been a change, not something that we're entirely used to. But it's been pretty consistent in the region as a whole. And, of course, it's what these regionals will consist of. Schools out in California playing very, very good baseball, and Pomona-Pitzer, Laverne, Cal Lutheran, a But other squads in the state, of course, talk about the regional from last year and regional final, was dropped to East Texas Baptist, one of the best teams, not just in the region, but in the entire country.
McDonald flies out to center. He's retired for out number 1. Going to be a tough road indeed. Tigers already showing that they can play against high-level competition, though, beating ETBU here 9-3, also splitting a series against the current number 6 team in the country, University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. Whitewater, a team that I'm sure a lot of people are picking to be in that College World Series. Now, that is a situation where maybe we don't want the Champions League sort of aggregate run style.
Yeah.
The first 2 games not going the Tigers' way in a big way, but we're able to win the last 2 and split that series.
Yeah, and it's a series that I still think back to and ask some questions. What if? Did it previously on the broadcast. 34 runs across 2 games in that series have inflated a Trinity team ERA. Despite that, this squad ERA is still top 25 in the nation out of 380-plus teams that qualify.
It's a staff that lost over half their innings pitched last season. Cade McGahan departing. Jack Schmidt. Harrison DeRoe is currently in the minor league system of the Milwaukee Brewers. And then Jack Martinez working at Division I, Louisiana Lafayette. Peterson ahead 3-1, takes a pitch outside and heads to first base. But we've talked a lot about the accomplishments of Trinity, and deservingly so. But this is a great season for the University of Dallas. Their first winning season in 12 years. It's going to be a tough road to make that conference tournament, but it looks like they're building something here with the foundation of their 2 starting arms. 20-12 right now. That's something that a few years ago at UD you wouldn't have thought possible.
Yeah, and certainly this season isn't over yet. So the goal remains getting to that conference tournament. And if you can do that, goals get even a little loftier. You have pretty tremendous pitching, both in regards to the starters, but also Colin Johnson, who is working very, very well today. He's come in, thrown now 4 1/3, isn't responsible for any of the runs that have come across.
Lifted to center. Huff's been busy, and he'll continue to be busy as he reels that in. Outnumbered 2 of this frame.
But you're right. Even if those things don't come to fruition, if they don't do what is now becoming a very tall task and making the SCAC postseason tournament, this is a really good place to start. It's not just an improvement getting towards 500. They'll clear that mark. It's a very, very, very good feeling to ensure a 500 record with still a lot of baseball left to play, and that's what they've done this season.
Started the year 12-1, about 500 through conference play, but you just get the feeling that they're building. As catcher Matt McNaney pinch hits. Part of the senior class, though he's confirmed that he will be returning, taking his 5th year to come back, but got to enjoy senior day with the rest of his classmates. Matt McNaney actually involved in one of Joseph Shavana's favorite memories that we didn't get to bring up yesterday. So for those of you who don't know, this turf that you're seeing here is very, very new. Only put in last year. Actually all of these seniors had to deal with the grass that was here 2 years ago, and they had to do field work because of it. So anytime it rained, you had to roll out the tarp. And one time when they were rolling it back up, they rolled up Matt McNaney in the tarp.
You call it stems back a little before your time, but me and your former broadcast mate, Brian Jenselson, actually were called upon to fulfill that very same duty. And I won't lie, I'm not sure if Brian's listening. I'm sure he's busy working himself currently. But I did fear for his safety and well-being a little bit while that tarp was going down. If there's someone that I know that is bound to wind up in a tarp or on the ground because of a tarp, I think it would be Brian Jenselson. Don't ask me why I think that. I don't know what it is about him, but I think that misfortune would likely befall him.
Well, I guess we'll have to tell him to keep an eye out for that.
And he's still around baseball, so he will certainly have to be careful. Just display some care out there.
But Matt McManey also agreeing that that was a very funny thing that happened. Saying one of his favorite memories as well. There's actually video footage of it, in case you're wondering. I did get to see it. As Peterson swipes another base, his second of the day. But beyond these seniors graduating, as you see the replay, trying to throw out Peterson, there's another important milestone here today. Or I shouldn't say today, it actually happened yesterday. The anniversary of this university. Founded on April 20th, 1869. So I did not do the math beforehand, and I'm a comm major, so please don't ask me to right now. But an important birthday.
Yeah, it's been a long time. It always kind of confuses me. The founding date is in April. Not sure how that works.
I don't know either.
Not all that concerned with it. I'm sure they knew what they were doing. We've been around a while. We do clearly know what we're doing. I have the utmost confidence in this university.
There was a plan.
There was a plan.
Of some kind.
And it's gotten us here.
Yeah.
Across several campuses.
I don't know how many. It's at least two as McManey draws a walk. He heads to first.
I believe this is the third.
This is the third.
Trinity
okay.
campus. Second in San Antonio.
Ooh, where was the other one? I don't know this.
There was a Woodlawn campus
Where's
at
that?
one point, I believe. Still downtown. It's in
Okay.
the area. I could be totally wrong.
All right.
Take everything that I'm saying, if you're watching at home, with a little bit of a grain of salt.
We do not have a fact-checking department at Tiger Network, unfortunately.
I'm reciting from memory. Seth Asbury's class. Talked about the athletic facilities. Took a trip to the library archives. Learned a little bit about campus history.
Oh, yeah.
Learned about the different campuses. I can say with the utmost confidence that this is the second campus in San Antonio. I believe the third overall.
I buy it. I trust you.
Sounds good. It'll do the job.
The anniversary for Trinity, and then getting back to senior day, got to talk to several other seniors about their memories, about what they've experienced here, as it looks like Colin Johnson is going to stay in the game despite the meeting. We'll start with Michael Bokey, Tuesday starter for Trinity, very important part of these midweek games in particular. He has a job set up. He's going to be an accountant, as a lot of these guys on the baseball team are. It's a lot of accountants. There are some engineers as well, some biologists as we've seen, but for the most part accountants. Michael Bokey is going to be doing that. It's Christian Holloway steps into the batter's box, bottom of the seventh, 2 outs, runners on first and second. Takes a pitch away for ball one. We also got to speak to Ian Swafford. He'll be working at an energy broker in Houston. He has that job lined up. Holloway ahead 1-0. Like many other seniors, he says that his favorite memory is that run to the College World Series as a sophomore. Just getting to be a part of that, even though a lot of those guys, including him, didn't really get to play. And also in the bullpen, got to talk to Josh Whitty. He'll be getting his master's at Texas A&M. That's where Christian Holloway's going, as Holloway rips that down the line in left field. It's a fair ball. 1 run comes in, another rounding third. Play at the plate, not in time. A 2 RBI double for Christian Holloway. It's 7-0 Tigers.
And Colin Johnson, who's been tremendous in this one, is now forced to see these Trinity bats maybe one time too many. Came in that game on Friday night and has tried to provide a number of innings in relief here today in game 2 of a doubleheader. Christian Holloway makes him pay this time. Breaking ball that doesn't have as much bite on it ultimately hangs up in the zone a little bit too long. And talked about these seniors all day. Veteran hitter at the plate, Christian Holloway rocks that one into the left field corner.
We'll see if that is the day for Colin Johnson, and it looks like it is. A great relief appearance for him, gets spoiled by a 2 RBI double from Christian Holloway. Trinity up by a touchdown when we come back. New pitcher in for UD, it's Dominic Gill. Comes in with an ERA of 6.57 over 12 innings pitched, 10 strikeouts, 6 walks, the whip over 1.5. Comes into relief of a 7-0 ball game between Trinity and his squad. Max Milligan comes in to pinch run, as Caleb Woodward steps up to the plate to try and drive him in. So that means Christian Holloway's day is done. Gets the RBI double to put his team up 7-0. Woodward over 2 today, currently batting .330. But I want to continue talking about a lot of these seniors that had their senior day, currently in their last home game. During the pitching change, we're talking about Josh Whitty. He'll get his master's at Texas A&M. But his favorite memory was interesting. He shot even par in a game with Cam Champness, Zach Darden, and Sean McDermott. And he said that was his favorite Trinity-related memory.
There's some good ones. There are some certain outliers, and I think this is one of those. I think I would categorize it with Eugene's Chicken. All of the non-baseball memories are great to hear about.
Yeah.
It's just so interesting to see what these guys put weight in. I mean, for Whitty, it's winning golf against his teammates. And, you know, I can't fault him for that, really.
Whitty played golf at Grinnell. That's where he transferred from. Also had a very important golf match between, it was himself and Cam Champness. That slicing foul into the Tiger bullpen. Facing off against Jack Breezy and Luke Pfeiffer, it was Whitty and Champness coming up victorious on that. We got to talk to Whitty about it on Tiger Network. That was their reward. Those were the stakes that were really placed in this, other than bragging rights, was the right to be on Tiger Network for an inning or two. Which, that's fun that we have that much value. I appreciate that. 2-2 pitch. Hit to right, and it falls. It'll rattle in the corner. Milligan scores easily. Woodward digs in for 2, and now he's going for 3. The throw not in time. An RBI triple for Caleb Woodward makes it 8-0.
Yeah, and the throw missed the relay right here from the outfield. 2 outs. Milligan scoring straight away. Reading this off the bat, he's going. It's just a matter of whether or not it stays fair. Let's see, gets the ball quickly. I don't know. I can't imagine that even if the Cuts do get hit right there, they have a chance to throw out Caleb Woodward. Slides into third.
Brings up Kai Tinker, who takes ball 1, now with a runner on third in an 8-0 game. Continuing our review of all these different seniors, Andrew Haddishell. He'll be going into finance. And his favorite memory was winning the SCAC tournament. Now something, I was talking to Jack Baker, because I talked to Baker after I visited the bullpen, because these pitchers, they go to practice, they do their work, and then they leave. A lot of these batters have to stay the full time, so I get to them last. And Baker was saying how he was surprised that more people didn't say the SCAC tournament, because that was such a fond memory for him. This is lifted deep to right field, back at the wall, but foul. Not by much.
And we came into this inning 5-0 ball game, and a couple outs got on the board. Didn't seem as if we were going to be in a similar situation as we were in game 1 with a potential run rule. But I think Kai Tinker was about 5 feet or so away and a couple of directions from getting us out of here a little early in this one as well.
That means I have to get through these. Ground ball to third, throw across the diamond in time. And that ends the inning. We're through 7 in San Antonio. We're heading to the top of the 8th. 8-0 Trinity has the lead against UD.
Now pitching for the Tigers, number 14, Jonathan Newman.
New pitcher in the game for Trinity. It's Jonathan Newman, set up to work the 8th. Comes in with a 4-0 record and an astounding ERA of .33 through 27 innings pitched. As the senior, enjoying his senior day, gets some action in an 8-0 ball game. Fires strike 1 against Nate Curtis, the catcher, who's 1 for 1 today. Strike 2 at the knees. Talk to Jonathan Newman about his memories. Set up to work with a job at Jacobs Engineering. It's a mechanical design company. They have a branch in Houston. He'll be working there. He's from Pearland, which is just in the neighborhood. His favorite memory was that whole postseason run to the College World Series, but swing and a miss, strike 3. So Newman gets Curtis for out number 1. But talking about just the season that he's had, it's been absolutely remarkable. I talked to Dave Smith about it earlier in the year. He equated it to Cade McGahan. Pitch low, ball 1. somebody who didn't find their footing in those first 3 years, but their senior year they figure something out, and it just works. And that's what's happened with Jonathan Newman so far. This is lined into right for a base hit, an ERA of .33. Newman's been absolutely outstanding this year.
With the additional out here in this one, it's probably a touch lower than that. Of course, we've talked about qualifiers all day, and unfortunately for him, his 27, almost 28 innings pitched puts him below the threshold. You need 1 inning pitched for each game played by the team, and Trinity's now in games 35, 36 this season, so he's a little ways off from that. Even then, I don't think it takes away from what he's done this season. You're right. Took him a little while to figure things out in San Antonio. First on campus back in 2021. Didn't pitch that year. In 2022, through 28 innings, had an ERA above 8.5.
Grounded past the dive. Runner into third, out. So Dallas tries some aggressive base running. It doesn't work. 2 outs on the board in the 8th.
I don't blame him for being aggressive right here based on where this ball is struck. It's past the dive of Tinker at third. What you can't see is how these bullpens jut out, and the concrete bases create this ricochet, puts the ball straight to the left fielder, and it's a nice throw right on the money from Woodward to Tinker. Applies the tag and gets out number 2.
Woodward gets the outfield assist. Huff moves to second off the throw to third. Now 2 outs in the top of the 8th. Runner goes, throw to third. In time, they got him. Huff was 28 of 30, make it 28 of 31. As the strike gets him from behind the dish. Lazera fired up as we head to the middle of the 8th. 8-0 Tigers come up to bat next. Bottom of the 8th, the new pitcher in the game for UD, Cortez Saenz. Native of Dallas, Texas, comes in with an ERA above 6 over 27 innings pitched. 30 strikeouts on the year. So he'll go against Corson Hastings. Tigers still in a position to potentially walk this thing off, get us out of here an extra inning earlier. Cuts at that, and it's 0-1. Want to continue talking about these different seniors. We'll head next to Matthew Mackey, senior out of the bullpen. He'll be working at a wealth management firm in Houston. Pitch misses inside, 1-1. His favorite memory, his first appearance against the University of St. Thomas in his first year. 1-1 pitch. Grounded up the middle. Throw not in time. Hastings beats it out. His second hit of the game.
Talked about it in game 1 today. The alignment of this middle infield. Not sure that anything changes here, but felt like it took a while to get that bouncing ball that was not really ever destined to get through the infield. Second baseman Reed Morales gets there eventually, but by the time he has it in his glove, far too late to get the runner out at first base, even if it is Corson Hastings running down the baseline.
Brings up Jack Baker. Baker 0 for 2 today. Reached both times, though. Pitch in the dirt, gets away, but not enough for Hastings to advance. But we'll continue talking about Matthew Mackey, because one of the largest aspects to Matthew Mackey's legacy here is that he just 8 innings in a Game 3 against UTD. In a regional, the Tigers had given up 30 runs in that game. And the game was out of hand. They wanted to save some of their other arms, and they just said, Mackey, you got to go out there and keep throwing. And it was not a good day for him, but he took one for the team. That pitch hits Baker, so he heads to first. And then the next season made his first appearance of the year against the University of Texas Dallas and pitched a 1-2-3 scoreless inning. Measure of revenge and redemption for Matthew Mackey in that frame. But Matthew Mackey taking one for the team in the regional, a big reason why they were able to advance. That was the only game they lost. They won the next game, I think, by some absurd score, like 21-13.
Yeah, there were a combined, I think, over 100 runs scored in that regional. We talked about it previously in this weekend series, but that was one of the non-traditional regionals. 5-game series played between Trinity and UT Dallas. You're right, that one lasted for 4, with Trinity dropping game number 3, that game that Matthew Mackey 8 innings in and saved some arms out of the bullpen, and ultimately they turned around and did get the job done in the subsequent game 4.
Another pitcher out of the bullpen when you talk about Zach Garza. He's on a pre-med track, but he is coming back for one more semester. My understanding is he's going to be here next fall, but not coming back for the next baseball season. So this will be his last home series. And then Ethan Clark going on to where Jack Peterson's going. Rice is going to get his master's there. Got to talk to him before the game. He's dealt with some nagging injuries, kept him out of the last 2 years, but he's in charge of the sound system when they do their Winter World Series. He brings out his speaker. He does the PA for that game, plays each guy's music. Such an important part for team culture. Always around practice despite not being able to play.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys on the roster that have been reduced due to injury. But I mean, reduced really comes down to a getting out on the field perspective. And while Ethan Clark hasn't contributed innings pitched or things of that nature, he's contributed in other meaningful ways. An infectious guy, someone who you take note of even if you're watching the broadcast from home. We notice him all the time, even if we're here in the classroom in the Bell Center. He's all over the place, high energy. He's just doing everything he can from a non-baseball perspective to lift these guys up. And it's no surprise considering what we've already said about this group of seniors, this class that is so tight-knit.
Pinch hitter Jarrett Phillips walks. It loads the bases. Nobody out. A chance to walk it off for Jack Peterson. Gets hit, and they're 1 run away. A hit by pitch, one of the easier RBIs he'll get in his career. Makes it 9-0 Trinity, but I want to take the opportunity to talk and a visit at home plate.
I'm here pumping my fist given the fact that Brett Jones is back up to the dish. Opportunity to walk it off for a second time today.
Would he be a hero if he does it twice?
I think this would qualify. I think 2 walk-offs to send it to a 10-0 scoreline, that would make something right in my book.
The meeting at the mound with the bases loaded, nobody out, gives us the opportunity to talk about our last senior, and that's Cedric Bowman. He has an internship in Arlington, working at a news station. Interested in broadcasting, gets the opportunity to get his foot in the door. His favorite memory was a concert here at Trinity his freshman year. A Waka Flocka concert. I don't know if you remember that, Luke. I wasn't here for that, but does that sound familiar?
Well, he's in his 5th year, and our freshman year together on campus, the Welcome Week concert was Fetty Wap. And it turned into the infamous Fetty Flop ordeal because
he did bring that up.
Fetty did not show up.
Yeah.
His flight got grounded. The school didn't tell us, so we still had the Welcome Week concert, and the opening DJ was out there playing and playing and playing, and he never finished. And we're like, where is Fetty Wap? Everyone wanted to see Fetty Wap. And then eventually someone came out and said he's not coming, and we were all outraged. And that is the great Fetty Flop incident of my freshman year. There was a Lithuanian international student who changed Fetty Wap's Wikipedia page and wrote something in Lithuanian. That was hilarious to us, but none of us knew what it meant. But yeah, I don't blame him. There's a lot of lore from that particular event that I think all of us hold close to our hearts, even though it wasn't anything particularly fun.
Jones rips it to left. It falls. Run comes in, and this game is over. 10-0. Brett Jones, the walk-off hero once again.
Hero in our hearts. What an end result. 2 bloop singles to left field for Brett Jones, both of them walk-offs. An exclamation mark of sorts, if you would call it that, on senior day here in San Antonio.
Well, we did it, Luke. We got through everybody. All the seniors mentioned, and we wish them well as they head to Shreveport, Louisiana next weekend to play a very important game in the SCAC standings. Probably a series that will decide who is first and who is second in this conference. And then, of course, wishing them well beyond that, as they have now played their final home game. But there's another senior, one more senior involved in this broadcast, Luke, and that is you. You, in your final Tiger Network broadcast, we want to say thank you for everything that you've done over these last several years. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you. Season went by so fast, and you helped make it fun, so thank you very much.
They always do. They go by way too quick, but it's been a pleasure, Cole. It's fun to be joined by you this year. It's been a blast, mostly because of all the people involved on both sides here on the broadcast. I can't thank you enough for what you've done this year. Reed Rosales, Caleb Reed have both joined me in the booth. Brian Yanselson, previously, a huge part of my success and my presence in general on Tiger Network. Big shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to the sports info department, Justin Parker, Garrett Landon, Peyton Tebow, who have made our jobs increasingly easy this year specifically. But of course, big man behind it all, Josh Machigimba, would not be here without question, without your help over the past 4 years. It's been some of the most fun I've had on this campus, and I will miss it very dearly.
So we wish you as well luck and what you do after Trinity. We know you'll do great things, and we thank you for all the work that you've done here. That's it for us in San Antonio. I want to thank everybody in the control room, behind the camera, of course, my partner Luke Terry, and for everyone here at Trinity. I am Cole Isaacson saying so long from San Antonio. 10-0. The Tigers take this one as they head into the final week of SCAC play.